Shiksha, Govt of Puducherry. The school teachers program now onwards commence till 4:30. You never have the hatch-patch going here, there, coming, no, not at all. Your tea, snacks, lunch, everything arranged this side. Your tea, snacks, lunch, everything arranged this side. For the registered delegates, your lunch, tea, everything arranged the other side with the another shamena. Don't confuse yourself. No, food is one and the same. But if you mix here and there is an issue. That you have to keep in mind. Those who are collected your tax, that is the identity. If you go with the name tag, your food will be served. If you are not wearing the tag, we are helpless. That you have to keep in mind. Only invited delegates, not name tag is with us. That we will distribute now. Remaining registered delegates, we have distributed where they are staying. If you are staying in a new guest house, your kit as well as name tag issued there. Likewise, your breakfast, wherever you are staying, you have to take it there. Breakfast is not centralized. Only lunch and dinner centralized. That you have to keep in mind. In new guest house, we have accommodated 122 delegates, out of which only 64 people have taken the breakfast. These are all waste of money. Not that we are paying and getting. We already deposited money. It is not the private run. That is the ashram run restaurant. We paid for 122 people at the rate of 100 rupees per breakfast. That you have to imagine. Don't waste food. Suppose if you are not interested, you have to tell well in advance. In the same way, we are all educated people, that too psychologists. We are educating for others. You have to follow certain discipline. New guest house is mean for that. Whatever the timing they are telling, that you have to strictly follow. If you are not comfortable, n number of hotels are there in Puducherry. It is not before 10 years or 20 years. This university, when started in 1987, 89, we conducted an international conference in collaboration with the government of France. We run around the entire city. Only 110 AC rooms are available. Now, 4,000 and add AC rooms are there in the city. What we did, our delegates are 176. Then Vice Chancellor said, you can find out what are all the people, those who are having AC at their residence. You ask one room, they will stay, homestay, they will enjoy. We found people like that. Sir, whether you are accommodating one French delegate in your house, they are willingly done it. That conference was 4 days. They have stayed for 5 days. Why I am saying, coming to the Pondicherry, Puducherry, attending the conference, not like that you are coming and 2 minutes standing before the mic, reading your abstract, getting the certificate. We are least bothered about your paper presentation. You have to learn certain things. Why this school psychology? What we are going to do? What are all the challenges our children are facing? Especially during the COVID, we experienced a lot. You may not believe. Our resource persons tried out a lot. Professor Sara Manikaraj, Professor V.S.R. Vijay Kumar, Professor Santanam. What they did? They have spent one whole year during the COVID. How we can help the children? They are all sitting at home. How we can help them? They have prepared modules. We have given webinars. Now, after the COVID, first time we are meeting in person. That you have to understand. The teachers, we are thinking that directly meeting the students. That's why we asked our Samagra Shiksha, our Mr. Ramakrishnan is there. Yesterday we brought students, our hall capacity is 520 students came. They felt, oh, this much is available in school psychology. This has to be given to all the students in the Union Territory. In the same way, for the teachers, we have registered 400. They will give training for 2 days. How effectively you can make use for the classroom situation. That is our ultimate aim. Not that we are all inviting the teachers to attend the conference. We will say we are conducting a mela. No, it is not our intention. We conducted an international conference with 24 delegates. Number is not the count. What content we are giving, to whom we are giving. No? Delegates from 13 countries, 76 delegates are attending this conference. Madam Itomi Koya from Japan is here. Ma'am, show your face to them. From Naya Sangya University, not that just for this conference, getting grants from the government of Japan, attending and going the certificate. No. They have a project with India. When our Prime Minister visited Japan, he said, what are all good practices you are having? Send it to India. If they come here, what are all happening here? Let them carry to the Japan. That is a kind of project. For the past 2 years, they are doing it and working out. Last month, the team of 3 faculties were here. They visited different schools, conducted sessions. Likewise, from Malaysia, our trainer, Mr. Guna, is here. He is the parenting trainer. To train the parents, what we did, along with Professor Rangaya, 3 years we visited Malaysia. We conducted programs for 520 schools in Malaysia. Given training for all the principals of the schools. The then Tun Samivelu, he was the minister, custodian of the Indian community. He simply said, whatever the assistance we want, we are providing. We will provide a good 5-star hotel, but he has provided 7-star hotel. When he told 5-star, the program we conducted in 7-star. 117 delegates from India we went, including our esteemed Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor. What we did, delegates from 11 countries met together. We have created a new organization, Asia Pacific School Psychology Association. Now, 4th year conference, we are going to organize Central University of Haryana. Professor Vishwanand Yadav is here. He is the host for next conference on 6th and 7th March 2023. That means, everything we have planned. We have a purpose. We are not asking 130 crores people of India to join with us, do work. No. Those who are really working, those who are interested, you join with us. In InSPA, Indian School Psychology Association, now we are having 1,289 members. Started with 100 members way back in 2009. Not that, I am giving the list to you. You check it in the website. All the list of members are available in the website. All our activities are listed there. Only thing I am requesting you, you have to join, effectively utilize, then you can disseminate. That is the reason our esteemed Vice Chancellor wholeheartedly supporting this event. Who are all staying in our university guest house. What he did, Yesterday he bought bouquets, put his welcome slip, asked each and every room you go and give. Welcome them with a bouquet. Who will do? Yesterday night till 1:30 is awakening. Whether all the scheduled guests have reached here or not. I said all of them reached, sir. Then only he gone for the bed. No? That much care. The support. He personally visited 2 times to fix the guest. No? Honorable Union Minister for Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, yesterday itself he has reached. He was so happy by knowing that 1,700 people have registered for this 4 days program. Now we will start our activities by 10. We have created an anthem as like that of national anthem, as that of our university anthem. InSPA is also having an anthem. Professor B. Bhaskar Nair, our professor of English, he has written the lyrics. Professor R. Gopalakrishna, professor of psychology, University of Bangalore, he has tuned, he has given the music. But now, one school, the Presidency School of Puducherry, they said, sir, we will perform with the what that music they have given, our students wanted to perform. That now you are going to see how we are going to do. Please excuse me for 1 minute. Sir, quickly tell me, sir. Yeah, I will send it. I will send it. Yeah, right now. Students ready? Yeah, them. Yeah, let them come inside. Students will perform and the students will learn. When time permits, I will continue. My only request is, you forget about other events, that you can take care of this event as your own event, how best possible way you can cooperate. No? We are least bothered about your participation. If you are interested, you can participate. Your certificate has already been signed by our esteemed Vice Chancellor. You are registered, you have signed, your certificate is also ready. If you are really interested, you can participate, learn for 3 days. Otherwise, you can move around. Come and collect your certificate at any point of time. We requested the chairpersons, as and when the presentation is over, give away the certificate. We are not retaining you here. If you are really interested, you can participate, learn things, collaborate and cooperate. Otherwise, you can get the certificate and go. Okay. Now, may I request Miss Ranjani from the Presidency Higher Secondary School, Puducherry, to take care of the podium, to give the instruction for the children. This will go for 20 minutes. Then we will commence our launching of training for the teachers, followed by keynote session with Padmashri Dr. Randeep Kuleria, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi. Then we requested Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, a naval officer, to give a presentation. Then the third presentation is by Professor Outstanding Scientist Dr. K. Ramachandran, DIPR, DRDO, New Delhi. Then followed by theme address by our Professor Kiran Devendra from NCRT, New Delhi. With that, we will close by 11:30. You all have your comfortable tea and snacks. Keep ready for our vehicles to move to the university main auditorium. Only registered national and international delegates. Teachers remain continuing here. The first session will be handled by Professor Suja Koshi from SNDT University, Mumbai. That session will go up to lunch. After the lunch, two other resource persons, Professor Sara Manikaraj and Dr. Vasudha Prabha, they will conduct how we can empower the students' mental capability, or we can say cognitive domain, that they are having n number of activities. They have leveled at 1, 2, 3, 4 to 8. Because of the time constraints, now they are going to give you for level 3, 1, 2, 3. That you can understand how a psychologist helping the students through our classroom teachers. Followed by Professor Sunita Koshi is here from Ahmedabad. They have constructed how the classroom text is linked with the life skills. How a teacher can experience and explore the possibilities of giving to the students. All these details they will give you at length for today and tomorrow. Only thing, you have to listen carefully. When and where you may find a difficulty, you can approach them. They will very well help you to understand better. Thank you very much. Now over to Professor Shagin Sultan.
A very good morning to one and all of you. We are moving ahead with the cultural program now. We have students from the Presidency School, Puducherry, to go ahead with the cultural performance. Hope you all enjoy. Thank you.
Friends, the kit they are distributing is only for the school teachers, not for others.
the legacy of knowledge of the past, the richest mine of ancient wisdom of the human past. India has the leading covering, studying modern science, engaged in empirical modes of Western exploration. East and West, ancient and modern, embedded in InSPA, encapsulating human values, showing them a future. Nature meeting nurture on InSPA forum interface, exchanging views and fine-tuning the minds of kids, the brains of youth, for brighter days of future. Teachers and learners, parents and public, explore the minds of children to find the latent dormant skills and kindle them to InSPA leads research to find how to cross the horizons of knowledge and the human psyche and its rich potentials. InSPA, 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 InSPA.
ಇಲ್ಲ ಅப்புறಮೇಲೆ ಸೆಟ್ ಮಾಡಿ
Let it go, please.
Thank you.
Start this gangster shit. And this the motherfucking thanks I get. Hello. More is a ghetto. Plus and heavy metal when the smoke settles. More is a ghetto. Plus and heavy metal when the smoke settles. போர்க்கடும் வேட்டையாடி பார்க்கடும் போராடி வெல்லடா போட்டி போட்டு கொள்ளடா உறுதி வரையில் போரிட்டோம் பண்ணாம் கத்தல் வாய்ந்தெடுங்கள் எதிலுமே தோட்டி கூடாதடா எவனையும் வெற்றி கொள்ளடா சாதனையிலே வேதனைகள் முடியும் வரும் தலைமுறை என் பெயரால் நிமிரும் கொல்லிமலை மூலிகைகள் ஆட பழமுதிர்ச்சோலையிலே வண்ணமயில் தோகை கண்டு மாண்டோலை அருவிகளும் பாட தங்க தமிழ்நாடு
Thank you. fine. வாங்க 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 இந்த side வாங்க. பார்த்து பொறுமையா slow slow slow. Nice nice nice. Very nice. எதிர்பார்த்ததை விட கவையா இருக்கு.
No hurry, no hurry. மேடம் இன்னும் ஒரு dance இருக்கு. அது முடிஞ்சதுக்கப்புறம் எல்லாத்தையும் சேர்த்து
அதெல்லாம் அங்கே இருக்கு. One more is there. Or otherwise you can come. This Ranjini is there. You can ask her.
I'm calling them on stage for.
One more, ma'am. This is the last.
They have not reached Amma, sir.
No problem.
We'll wait.
Yeah, they are going to have the.
No. This is for appreciation. The part
Yeah,
dance.
let them come.
அப்போ அந்த டான்ஸ் விட்டுலாமா சார்?
Comes, we'll use. Otherwise, we will done.
We'll finish with this.
All time management only. Yeah, please.
You announce let them assembly and teachers you could know. All the teachers are
They're all just for appreciation, ma'am.
I'll announce them that for appreciation and
I will ask Professor Kiran Devendra to.
கொஞ்சம் நவுத்திங்க கேமரா வந்துட்டு வராது.
இல்லை இது சும்மா Thank you very much. Now you are all witnessing how our students are multifaceted. Not only they are focusing on the studies, now may I request our Professor Kiran Devendra to say a few words about our children, because she is Professor at Department of Elementary Education, NCRT, New Delhi. When this organization was started in way back in 2009, she was with us. She visited all around the country. She knows the mindset of the students, what was happened in 2000s, and now how it is evolving, that she will share her experience.
Thank you, Professor Pondicherry, for giving me the opportunity to speak about what children have done early in the morning. We were noticing that this is the first time ever that one has started started an academic program with a very beautiful cultural program. And we were quite surprised to see that the entire show was managed very, very beautifully, coordinated very beautifully, and not only that, what was more important was that different cultural programs of our country, they were all trying to get represented here. The most beautiful was the end when they came with the national flag and sang the last song. Now for children especially, I am very, very happy to see all of you wearing colorful dresses.
Unknown caller.
Each one of you has either an expression of happiness, satisfaction. Some were trying to be a little anxious. A child fell down, but he quickly got up. There was a young girl whose basket on the head was falling, but how she tried to manage it. That was something that teaches us that whenever we fall, we should never forget to rise again. And another message that I would like to give here is that as academicians especially, we all try to judge children. Most of us are always trying to look at the IQs, never trying to encourage the child, evaluate the child in other parameters so that the child would have the self-confidence and self-esteem to rise and become better and then better in every performance, academic as well as post-scholastic. And what I feel is that the psychologists especially need to think about, are we going to all the time measure the IQ and never bother about the emotional quotient of children? Because the emotional quotient would give each one of us the strength to cope with the challenges that we will have to face. The children have given us this lesson in the morning, how to fall, how to rise, be confident, beautiful coordination. All the best to each one of you, and God bless all of you. Thank you.
We from InSPA wholeheartedly thank the school administration, the parents, the teachers, the children, and we request all of you to give a round third of applause for these kids. Thank you.
Is Professor Panchalingam there? He's not there, but I would like to take the liberty of letting everyone know here that Professor Dr. Randeep Guleria is here with us, and he's made the special effort to be a part of this program as well as the academic program. The country knows him well for the services that he rendered 24/7 as a healer, as a confidence builder, and a person who never got he kept his team motivated, he kept himself motivated, and he comes from a family of doctors. Each one has worked in the government facility. His wife is director of gynecology at Safdarjung Hospital. The son is a doctor in the government hospital Ramanohar, and his daughter-in-law is also working in Safdarjung. And his father He became a doctor at a time when communication was very difficult and the family belongs to a remote village, remote and small village of Himachal Pradesh. How at that time his father became a doctor, a famous cardiologist, retired as Dean of AIMS, and is still practicing at the age of 90 plus. I wanted children especially to understand what it means for us, for Dr. Guleria to be here. Thank you so much.
It's okay, it's okay. Thank you, sir.
மேடம் உங்களுக்கு ஒரு 5 மினிட்ஸ் வீசி வர வரைக்கும் இந்த ஸ்கோப் ஆஃப் த ப்ரோக்ராம் பற்றி பாஞ்சி சார் பேசிட்டு இருக்க சொன்னாங்க.
Move fast. I thought of joining them in
தெரியல நான் போடியத்தை ரெடி பண்ணி
Keep ready. In the university. Mint. after the program is over. After the program, 1 hour.
Okay, sir.
Keep it. Keep it. Keep it.
meeting the challenges in schools towards Atmanirbhar Bharat at Pondicherry University in collaboration with Samagra Shiksha, Govt of Puducherry, Puducherry Technological University and Tamil Nadu Teachers Education University on 2nd October 2022. I now request Professor Panch Ramalingam, UGC HRDC Center, Pondicherry University, to greet our dignitaries and delegates who've come across the world. On to you, sir.
Thank you very much, ma'am. Professor Shagin Sultana, Professor of Social Work in our Pondicherry University, as well as she is taking care of the Dean Students Welfare of this Pondicherry University. She is very active in the sense involving students, faculty and community for all our activities. Yesterday, we had organized a children assembly involving the students of the Union Territory. Today, this is more specifically for the teachers. We requested our honored delegates from national as well as international to witness this event by combining keynote address. We requested our Dr. Gloria Badmastri is with us. It is not that just for inviting speaker and conducting the session. Most of you remember last year when we organized the program, we planned physically but conducted virtually. He was our valedictory address speaker. More than 230 people have attended that particular event virtually. You may not believe, 40 minutes talk. He has highlighted how this COVID is affected in India, how we tackled, how we are example for the world. That, inspiration made us to involve him for this activity. This year also, we are welcoming our esteemed Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, to inaugurate this event for the school teachers. Sir, welcome you, sir. Please, sir. Please. In that spirit, Dr. Gloria, given the sketch, what is happening in India, what is happening elsewhere, how we manage, now he is coming to the dais to give the keynote address. Welcome you, sir. We are much honored by the presence of Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, a naval officer, how he doing to the academic. Presently, he is the director, Academic Staff College of the prestigious university, Amity University. May I request you, sir, to take over the dais.
Welcome him on the dais, sir. Nice.
In our midst, an outstanding scientist, psychologist, Professor K. Ramachandran, Director, Defense Institute of Psychological Research, DRDO, to give the special address. Welcome, sir. In our midst, here two masterminds are there for tuning this theme of this conference. One is Professor Kiran Devendra, other one is Professor S.P. Malhotra, he is my teacher. Now may I request Professor Kiran Devendra to take over dais, and may I request our Professor Malgotra to come over to the dais. Fortunately, today we are celebrating Gandhi Jayanti. Whenever, for the past 5 years, when we are celebrating Gandhi Jayanti, immediately we will remember Professor Gurmeet Singh. Why? Today is his birthday. To token of love and affection, to give our appreciation to him, may I request all of you to give a standing ovation to him. In front of you, we are celebrating his birthday by cutting the cake. Cake. Shal. On behalf of us, may I request our Padmashri, Dr. Gloria, to adorn shawl to celebrate his birthday. Please be seated, sir. By the time they will arrange this. Friends, we are having another occasion to enjoy this joyful moment. Normally, vice chancellors, after completing the term, they may beg and request for the extension. For our vice chancellor, 2 months early, the Government of India recognized his services, extended one more term. Not only that, Ministry requested him to take over another central university as additional charge, Gandhigram Rural University. It is far away from here, 400 kilometers. Every week he is traveling and coming back. No, if you do work, very honest work, definitely recognition will come in from all the corners. Our friends from London, Australia, Canada, you may not believe, Kritika tried for visa for more than 1 month. 3 days back she sent a message, sir, I am not able to get visa, kindly forgive me, next year I am coming. Then before 6 hours she was sending message, sir, after seeing this towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, they given the visa, sir. They called me, extended the visa, you go to India. Now she is with us. No? Please.
sir.
Thank you very much, sir, for sharing the happiness with us. No, every day we are experiencing positivity from him. Whenever you enter his room, you may have hundreds of problems. If you enter within few seconds, what you are expecting, he will do more than that. You may not believe. Whoever goes inside while coming smiling face, that is his greatness. No, we are inspired. A teacher has to inspire. He is teacher of teachers. No? How meticulously managing this campus, how vibrant now. Before his arrival, we are all witnessing how was the campus. He made it entire campus in the smiling face, including me. No? No. Out of these 400 and odd teachers, first stroke he did it in 2017, implemented new scale of pay, 7th pay scale. When he entered, 29th he signed. 1st December they all getting the new salary. Okay. Within 3 years, more than 200 people got the CIS. No university experiences such a kind of thing. Now this number increased to 400 plus. Where are the backlogs? No, his approach is entirely different. No one can match with him. That's why whenever we are conducting the program for the teacher, we used to boldly say, he is Vice Chancellor of Vice Chancellors. He is the role model to the country. When we planned this conference, what he said, we are going to have it in our new auditorium with the capacity of 2,500. We registered to 1,700, keeping in mind of remaining our students and teachers. Fortunately, if time permits, again you will come and meet how nicely he built an auditorium for the students and teachers in this particular campus. But it is not yet ready. That's why we are not able to do it there. Now we are doing it in 3 different campuses. Now we are conducting the program for the school teachers. The school teachers are privileged to meet him. Lifelong you can remember what kind of program you attended in a Pondicherry University. As being a teacher, you might have received our degrees, but you are going to receive the input for your career. In that respect, I am not much of our time. We know that time is precious. Our Vice Chancellor is very keen on time. You might have seen 9:30 means we'll start the program by 9:30. We will not waste a minute because he is held up to receive the Honorable Minister and putting him in another program. Garland the Gandhi now is with us. That's why I said, no, we are thinking of Gandhi. No need to go elsewhere. If you see our Professor Gurmeet saying this imbibing. Why I am saying there is a reason for that. We are all saying, wherever you are seeing Bhima or statue, you are boldly saying Ambedkar. We have not seen Ambedkar statue. Wherever you are seeing Bhima Rao statue, you are proudly saying Ambedkar. You are putting a photograph of Bhima Rao, you are saying Ambedkar. The teacher name of the Bhima Rao. In the same spirit, now you can witness with our esteemed Vice Chancellor to listen to his inaugural speech for this training of teachers. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Panch Ramlingam, sir. We pray to the Lord Almighty that our Honorable Vice Chancellor be bestowed with good health, prosperity, and we wish him success in all his endeavors. With these few words, I now welcome Professor Gurmeet Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, to say a few words and welcome our delegates and our dignitaries. On to you, sir.
Very good morning, friends. And let me begin with an apology that we are starting this program a little late, but this was beyond us because of another important commitment which we have to attend to. And after that, I am here with you. Let me congratulate the organizers, led by Professor Panch Ramalingam, for organizing such a wonderful, successful conference, which is visible from the way this auditorium is so very jam-packed. I would say that this is what I was telling Professor Randeep Guleria, that we have almost become used to addressing empty chairs. And after a long time, we are seeing a totally packed auditorium. Not only here, all other auditoriums are also packed. So we are grateful to Almighty that Almighty has been kind enough to show us this day where, with the hard work of everybody, we have got over that deadly pandemic, and Almighty has been kind enough that we have got back to almost normal life. We also pray at the same time that we don't ever get this kind of a dreaded disease in the rest of our lives. Never ever humankind should see this kind of a dreaded disease. So we start with expressing our gratitude to Almighty for bringing us to this level. We are celebrating Mahatma Gandhi's birthday. It is also the birthday of our great Prime Minister, late Shri Lal Bahadur Shastri ji, also of Martin Luther King and many others. We need to celebrate this. Yes, we do it every year, but then I'll not take much time. I'll just go with Gandhian philosophy. Gandhiji, that is the reason we teach Gandhian theory, Gandhian philosophy to all our services, defense services, civil services, medical, whatever you join, we have a chapter devoted to this. The reason is that Gandhiji, in his own thoughts, said that if you have to progress, if a nation has to progress, you have to attend to the smallest entity of that particular nation, wherever you are. And that smallest entity in our country is village. If a village is attended to in the right earnest, you will find a country will never look back and nation will progress in the right direction. This is what we have seen. A stage after 47, whenever we neglected this theory, we suffered. And wherever we started paying attention to this, our country made rapid strides towards progress. And this is the key thought that we all need to keep in mind, that if we have to progress, a village has to be looked after very well from all angles, from health, from hygiene, from waste management, education, infrastructure, you name. If a village is attended to, the whole country will be attended to in the best of the ways. So with that, I urge all of you to celebrate this day with as great a fervor as you can. This is one day which we are very proud of because the entire world celebrates this. I was going through Google and I was trying to analyze, is there any nation where something or the other is not associated with Mahatma Gandhi? I could not get. Even in remote parts of those 4 Guineas that we have, there is an institute on Gandhi's name. Senegal, Ivory Coast, you name a country, this name is associated. So when we look at that, I think we get a sense of immense pride that, well, we belong to this country where Gandhiji was there. And that taking a lead, we moved further. Lal Bahadur Shastri said, he coined the slogan Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, and we have now modified it further. Jai Jawan, Jai Kisan, Jai Vigyan, and now we added this year Jai Anusandhan also. And it is that Anusandhan which has led our team of Dr. Guleria and many others in overcoming this great pandemic that I was talking about. So we are in the right direction. We are worshipping, we are appreciating the contribution of every individual. And I would just add one more sentence before I move to the conference, that if we have to progress, if we have to look at the philosophy in the right earnest, all that we need to do is, we don't have to look at anybody else. All that we need to do is to look within ourselves and take a pledge that, well, I'm going to do my best, whatever, wherever I am. And if that philosophy is kept by every individual, starting from the smallest unit to the highest, I think our country will never look back. And probably that is one of the reasons that India is really making a rapid stride. In fact, the whole foreign policy has been given a new axiom by putting it in the UNO, that we believe in coexistence, we believe in cooperation, we believe in living together, and foreign policy means the interest of our own nation. We don't align with anybody, we look at our own interest, and our own interest is where we teach the word, we are believing in coexistence. If that every country follows, I think there is no threat of third world war that is looming large. If everybody follows that, a word will be what a word should be in the real ideal sense. So that's the cardinal principle we all need to remember. So if we all do very well in wherever, whatever we are doing, I think we'll be in the right direction. And we'll have all the blessings of Almighty. Let me tell you, we don't need to pray anybody. We will get everything that we wish to have. Coming back to this school InSPA, school psychology conference, when I took over in 2017, this was in the infancy stage. And when organizers came and they said, we want to organize this, I immediately said, yes, this is the need of the hour. Because if you remember, till 2017, psychology was a subject which was never heard of in any school. If you talk about psychology to some school teachers or to any of the education administrators, they will say, psychology in schools, what is wrong with you? People didn't know what psychology is, let me tell you. If you look at it, it is the art of knowing your own self. So if we can guide this to the school stage, that we have to analyze and we have to tell our young minds that what you are capable of. Right now, we were not doing it. Anybody who is into anything will say, well, graduation, post-graduation, research, and that's about end of the story. We were never harnessing the right potential of a school kid, that what are you good for? What exactly you should adopt? If somebody is a good painter, we never said that you go in for this. We were forcing him, no, you must do mathematics. So psychology at a school level was, in my opinion, one of the very important issues to be settled. And when they said that this is what they are going to do, I said, we will give you all support. Let's go ahead. Not only that, we formed that body, took a larger shape, not only for Asian region, it was extended to Asia Pacific, then to worldwide. And after that, I've been attending all their conferences as far as possible, given the time constraint. It is making a good progress. And this is what we need to now tell our school administrators, that there is a very urgent need, particularly after this pandemic, that we need to attend to, that our kids should not get into any depression because of wrong choice of subjects, wrong career, wrong area. Therefore, it is these psychologists, particularly related with school education, that they can take a lead and provide the right guidance. And with that, I think there is a set of volumes which have been written in 25, 24 Indian languages for the benefit of everybody. I suppose it's a great initiative and it will go a long way in strengthening the education system, particularly in schools. I'm sure with the guidance provided by school psychologists, our schools will be able to guide our students that what is your hidden potential, what best you can nurture for yourself and for country and for society, of course. This is what is required. This is what was neglected up till now. We were forcing our kids, whether they like something or not. Since I had a liking for mathematics, I'll force my kid to get into that. I wanted to be a doctor, I'll force my kid to be that. Had that been the case, probably Sachin Tendulkar and Pandit Ravi Shankar wouldn't have been what they were. This is what is needed, and this is what our school psychologists are going to do. And this is the lead you have taken. I compliment all of you. Don't stop here. Don't look back. Don't look at your shortcomings. Look at your successes. You have done a wonderful job. We are in the right direction, and this is the need of the hour. Guide our school administrators that what way we can guide our students that this is the area you should venture into, and this is what is needed for our country as well. One area, if you just analyze, there are many others, food storage. We all do our master's degree and research and get into all kinds of research projects. Nobody ever thinks of why don't we form cooperatives and start having warehouses where food grains can be stored along the highways. Look at it, it's in a very infant stage. Such guidance can be given to our young minds so that when they grow, they can pick up such ventures and become a very successful entrepreneurs in their career. These endeavors are needed, and I'm sure this gap is going to be filled up by our school psychologists, because they'll be in a position to guide them in the best possible manner. So I take my heartiest compliments for all these school psychologists, and I'm grateful to everybody. Professor Randeep Guleria is here, Admiral Pandey is here, and a host of other. Professor Mohan could not come because he's busy with minister here, and Professor Panch Ramlingam has been giving a right lead, and we have Professor K. Ganapathy, who's member of ICCR, who's taken the trouble of coming from New Delhi. I am particularly grateful to each one of you for sparing your very valuable time. One entity which in the world is most important is time, and you have given that to us. We are so very grateful to all of you for this. And the story doesn't end here. I'm sure in the days and years to come, your guidance will always be there for us, which is needed, let me tell you. So I wish the conference a grand success. I said it in the very beginning, wishing is one side, but when you look at the way we are all here, I think it is a thundering success already. So I give my compliments, and I wish the conference a grand success. Particularly, I'm grateful to those who have come from far-flung areas and from other countries. So I wish you all the very best, and God bless all of us. Thank you so very much, please. And I forgot, I am grateful to you for wishing me all these wishes on my birthday. But let me tell you, it's also a grim reminder of the fact that, well, you have 1 year less to go before you say finally bye-bye. But then that's the way. We leave it to Almighty. Thank you very much, please.
Thank you, sir. We always cherish listening to your encouraging words. Your love and compassion for children and fellow human beings is always worth mentioning. Thanks for taking all of us together as a huge family. We are confident that your support for InSPA will motivate us to take more such initiatives in the coming days. Now, I request our Honorable Vice Chancellor to present a memo to the guests on the dais.
With pleasure.
Outstanding scientist, director, DIPR, DRU.
Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, Director, Academic Staff College, Amity University, Gurgaon. Professor Kiran Devendra, former Professor of Elementary Education, NCRT, New Delhi. Professor S.P. Malhotra. That's all. Thank you, sir. Now we move ahead with the keynote address by Padma Shri Professor Randeep Guleria, Director, All India Institute of Medical Sciences, New Delhi, who spearheaded the COVID task force and saved millions of lives. Sir, we have the pleasure to listen from you on meeting the challenges of COVID-19 in schools for future well-being. On to you, sir.
Good morning. Thank you very much, Professor Gurmeet Singh, the Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, Professor Ramalingam, the Organizing Secretary and UGC HRDC Chair for Pondicherry University, and thank you very much for inviting me. Professor Kiran Devendra, Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, Dr. R. Ramachandran, other dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries of the dais, ladies and gentlemen. So I've been asked to just talk about meeting the challenges of COVID-19 in schools, and I think this is something which is very, very important as we move ahead. We must all understand that COVID-19 has been the biggest pandemic of our lifetime, something that we never imagined that we would see, and something that we had not really been through or prepared for. Over the past 2 years, it has infected more than 617 million people worldwide. And unfortunately, we've had more than 6.5 million deaths in just 2 years because of one virus. And we in India have suffered multiple waves. This pandemic is now coming to an end, and we are seeing gradually it's becoming more and more like an endemic disease. But it has affected every state of life. Can I have the next slide, please? Next slide, please. Yeah, next slide. So if you look at the effect of the pandemic, it has affected livelihood, it has affected human health, governance and security, social and humanitarian needs, and the economic system. Even it has affected sports. Name any activity over the last 2 years, the pandemic has touched that, and so also it has affected schooling and education. Next slide, please. As far as the educational crisis is concerned, schools were closed and millions of children started learning from home. Many actually dropped out, and underprivileged and the female students were less likely to return to school. It also had an effect on nutrition, and there was also a housing crisis. Next slide, please. If you look at what was the impact of COVID-19, and this is basically an IMF paper, it suggested that the Asian emerging economies were worst hit as far as the pandemic was concerned because of the effect that it had, and it's something that we need to keep in mind. Next slide, please. It also caused inequality as far as the COVID-19 was concerned. People living in poverty situation, older persons, persons with disability, youth, school children, migrants, and homeless people were more affected by the disease and were more affected because of the other effects that this pandemic caused. Next slide. We are still not prepared for these pandemics and these crises. And the reason why I keep saying this is that I say that this century is a century of outbreaks and crises. We have had 22 years of this century, and in these last 22 years, we've had many outbreaks. We had SARS, we had MERS, we had H1N1 pandemic, we've had an outbreak of H5N1, which is known as bird flu, And we've had Zika virus outbreak, and more recently we've had outbreaks of monkeypox. So we're having so many outbreaks just in the first 22 years of this century. Why are we having that? And I think it's basically because the world has become smaller. Trade, travel, connectivity has made all of us come together like never before. We have delegates come from all over the world which have come for this conference in Pondicherry. And this is happening globally at every conference at every level. As we travel, we will carry viruses with us, we will carry infections with us because they will be in the incubation period. And growing urbanization, growing encroachment of our environment have all led to a situation where viruses are now jumping species and causing more and more human cases. All of these infections that I talked of are basically zoonotic infections. They are actually found in either animals or birds. They jump species and then they develop the ability to become human virus and have human to human spread. We must accept that and start looking at a concept of what we call one health. Health of the planet, health of animals, health of plants, health of the environment, and health of human being. They're all interlinked and we need to work in that manner so that we are able to really develop a holistic, healthy environment and attitude. Just quickly going on to the current situation, India has the second highest number of documented cases in the world, 4.45 crore, and we have the third highest number of documented deaths at 5.28 lakhs as far as COVID is concerned. However, if you look at it in terms of deaths or cases per million population, we are much better than a large number of developing countries. So the number of cases is more because of the size of our population. But in absolute terms, we as a nation have done very well. And we've had multiple outbreaks. We started off from 30th of January 2020 when we had the first reported cases of 3 medical students who came to Kerala from China and tested positive. And then we had a lockdown in 25th of March. We had the first wave in September 2020. Our vaccines got rolled out along with when it was done in other parts of the world in January of 2021. The dreaded and the most dangerous Delta wave came in March and May of 2021, where we had more than 4 lakh cases a day, and this caused a huge strain on the health system. In December of last year, we had the Omicron wave, and now we are actually coming to the end of the Omicron wave. So this, if you look at India, this is how we've had our waves. We had the first wave, the second wave, and the third wave, and now the number of cases have gradually come down. And like I said, we're moving more and more to an endemic disease as far as COVID is concerned. Why are we having these repeated waves? And I think it's because our immunity is becoming less. New viruses are coming up. We have now Omicron, different lineages of Omicron, and these new variants are causing more and more transmission, and more people are susceptible to the disease because their immunity comes down over a period of time. And obviously we are now in a crowded hall where we don't have that appropriate behavior. So if any one person is positive, he can lead to infection in a large number of people. So now let's move on to the impact of the pandemic on education. Most governments worldwide temporarily closed educational institutes to reduce the spread of COVID-19. At the beginning of 2021, 850 million learners were affected due to school closures. School closure has a global impact with people with less money, because while people who could afford it went to other means of education, online education, but people who could not actually dropped out of school, or they suffered as far as education was concerned. And many who came from disadvantaged backgrounds actually did not return to school. So it's been estimated that more than 616 million students were affected by partial or full school closure. There was 2 years of disruption of global education, and 70% of 10-year-old in the low and middle income countries were unable to read and understand, which is up from 55% as compared to what it was in the past. This has led to high rates of anxiety, depression in children, and there's also effect of nutrition because there is a loss of the midday meals, and this has also contributed to malnutrition. So there is loss of schooling, but along with that, there is also a loss of learning. So we must understand that children don't have the opportunity to learn, and they have forgotten what they learned. So it's not only that we have lost out on schooling, but we've had a negative effect as far as school closure is concerned, and that is why it's very important for all of us now, and that is why I'm very grateful for this conference, for all teachers to come together to address this issue, not only from the point of view of learning, but the psychological impact that the school closure has had on children. If you look at weeks of closure, India had a huge number of weeks of closure, but they were huge closures which occurred all over the world. And if you look at developing world like France, Japan, Russia, all the way down to Indonesia, there were huge breaks as far as schools were concerned. Huge weeks of closure, and this had an effect as far as education was concerned. What the Chief of Education and UNICEF said, that while the disruption of learning must end, just reopening schools is not enough. Students need intensive support to recover lost education. Schools must also go beyond place of learning to rebuild children mental and physical health, social development and nutrition. So the responsibility is not only as a place of learning as far as schools are concerned, but it's much more, and I think we need to really start working on how do we do this post-pandemic or when we come out of this pandemic. As has already been said, and we saw that in the morning program, that school is an area where there is so much of other development, co-curricular activities. It promotes physical and psychological health. It gives empowering to the children. It gives general knowledge, environmental protection. It promotes hobbies. We saw how well the children performed here, how they worked as a team, as a group. All of that can happen only by physical education and interaction of school by children. It cannot happen on a virtual mode. And that is why we need to really see how do we have a hybrid solution as we move forward, both in terms of education. The COVID-19 space actually caused all of this to be affected. It caused physical and mental health and well-being loss. It caused learning loss and increased demands on schools and teachers. Like us, teachers overnight had to become net savvy. Many teachers had to suddenly learn how to take classes online, how to prepare for lectures online. So this was an innovation which teachers also had to do, like everyone else had to do, whether it was now online shopping or so many other things that COVID taught us. But I think teachers also had a huge learning at this point in time. And for that, I think we must really say that there was increased demand on schools and teachers. So global trends in education during COVID-19 actually changed dramatically. It led to accelerated education inequality. It led to a leapfrog movement of innovation, which was the need of the hour, so innovation happened rapidly. But the good thing was there was a lot of public support as far as school education was concerned. And this led to new people coming forward to realize the importance of education. And therefore, there is a need for coordinated effort at a school level, at a sub-national level, at a national level. So what can be the possible action plan? And I'll just quickly summarize these. First is to engage communities in reopening and running of schools. COVID showed how it is important to have public trust in managing fear and perception of risk. And that is why, next slide. That is why it is important for us to develop a strategy where we reach out to the community and we have community engagement. Community involvement is essential to address issues even beyond COVID. Parents were scared to send their children to school. They needed a lot of interaction. We needed to reassure parents that schools are safe and a lot of precautions are being taken. So this needs to be built. A trust needs to be built between the community and the schools that the children are getting good education and they are safe out there. The second issue is to use resources effectively as far as management is concerned. So I think build back better. As we come back from the COVID, let's work on a strategy that schools become better places for education, identify risk factors, and see what are those groups which are disadvantaged, the economically disadvantaged students, the altered student-teacher ratio, the vulnerable groups. How do we address this to make education more holistic and looks at students as a whole? And then we need to work on getting students back to school. A lot of students have not come back, so there is need to encourage, there is need to have community participation, lead to look at different attendance options, how can we do that, and focus on the vulnerable and marginalized population. We also need to work on making school environment safe. This has now become a big issue because of outbreaks which I've already told you are happening. Parents are worried. Now there is monkeypox, there's tomato fever. What is going to happen to children? Will they get it? Some argue that their children are not vaccinated. So we need to promote in schools good etiquettes in terms of hand washing, school-based screening, and basic hygiene is required. So we all are well aware of this, but I think schools need to keep reinforcing this of cough etiquettes, how the infection spread, and what children can do to prevent infection from spreading. So these modes need to be really promoted. How contagious is coronavirus? And I think it's very important to understand, if we say one person has coronavirus, it can affect 1.4 to 2.5 other individuals. Look at measles. Measles, if one person gets measles in the school, that person will affect almost 12 to 18 people. So coronavirus affects only around 1 to 2 people, but measles can cause a huge amount of infection, although it's a milder infection. So one really must look at it in perspective. But having said that, it's important for us to have good infection control practices. We must focus on communication platforms. The children must be really, and this will help not only for COVID. If we teach children how to wash their hands properly, cough etiquettes, a lot of respiratory infections, a lot of water and foodborne infections will get controlled, and preventive health will become more important as far as children is concerned. Cough etiquettes is very important. We still have children who don't have cough etiquettes. They don't know that how they should cough into their elbow or use a handkerchief. This can lead to huge spread of infection, and I still feel that we need to focus on this. Infections like tuberculosis also can be controlled by good cough etiquettes. And vaccination, this shows that if you were not to vaccinate children, it will take a long time for them to get immunity, because they would have to have repeated exposures. But if you vaccinate them, that really rises quickly, and therefore your immune persons who are immunized and therefore decrease the spread of infection becomes much more. It's also important to remember that when we talk of infections, people say, I got the vaccine, but I still got COVID. Vaccines can prevent you against infection, it can prevent you against disease, it can also prevent you against severe disease, and it can prevent transmission. It's not that good in preventing the infection, but it's very good in preventing severe disease, illness, death, and that is why vaccine is important. You may still get COVID, but you will get a milder COVID if you are vaccinated as compared to if you are not vaccinated. I won't go on to this, we can go to the next slide. The other important thing is, how do we recover our learning losses? And we need to develop accelerated learning processes. Engage teachers, engage parents, other educational professionals also need to get involved, and we need to look at remote and technological basis now as we are coming out of COVID. So I personally feel, and I am myself an educator, I teach a lot of students. I of course don't teach school children, I teach postgraduate students, postdoctoral students, and undergraduates who come to AIMS for MBBS. And I think we are now looking at redesigning education in terms of simulation, in terms of more interaction, flipped classrooms, rather than having didactic lectures. So I think it's very important to develop a mechanism where content, educators, learners, parents are all involved in seeing how best we can impart education. And therefore we need to prepare for the future, for powered up schools where technology also plays a role, but at the same time we have involvement of a lot of other activities. I'll just finish by these 9 points which have been put forward by the by the United Nations Education, Scientific and Cultural Program as far as education in the post-COVID world. I won't go through all the points in detail, but first is to strengthen education. And that is, we need to have a commitment to strengthen education. Public health and public education are closely interconnected, as they show the undeniable necessity of collaboration, solidarity, and collective action for common good. They are interlinked. If we have good public education, we have preventive health, and we are able to have good public health. Therefore, if we are able to go to schools, and we do that, I started an initiative which is known as Green School Initiative. We used to go to schools to really empower children to decrease their carbon footprint and bring down the air pollution that we see a lot in North India. So there is a need to empower children and make them motivated and strengthen education. Then is the right to education. I think education is a fundamental and universal human right. We should consider ways that the right to education might need to be broadened to encompass fluidity, capillarity, and changing context of contemporary society. We need to really see that education addresses every form of the need that is there, including technology. And therefore, there is a need to have teaching professions and teaching collaborations. We must develop value for teaching profession and teaching collaboration. That is another very, very important thing. And I think COVID really showed the importance of educators, and we need to harness that and move forward in that. The center of any educational process is the human relationship between a student and a teacher. And I think we in our country have that guru-shishya relationship we need to use that in a much more aggressive manner. We also need to have student, youth and children participation, and that I think is very important. The mental health and well-being of children and the youth has been greatly endangered in ways that can have lasting repercussions. I think that is very, very important. And intergenerational justice and democratic principles should make us prioritize the participation of students and young people broadly as we move forward. Finally, I think this is very important, social space provided by schools, and we saw that again in the morning. We must protect the social space provided by schools as we transform education. School as a physical space is indispensable. I mean, the interaction that children have in school cannot be matched by this virtual interaction that they have. And we see children moving into a virtual environment much more and abandoning that physical environment. So it's important that we develop various ways of what is known as doing school, but the school as a separate space, time of collective living, specific and different from other spaces of learning, must be preserved. Schools are also places where we can encounter others, not like ourselves, but others whom we learn from and with, others who expand our understanding of the global tapestry of the ways of being human. And as we move forward, and we saw this in COVID also, we should have free and open source technology. Making free and open source technology available to teachers and students is a must. Education cannot be dependent on digital platforms which are controlled by private companies. It should be free and it should be available to everyone, and I think that is a very, very important thing. We must also look at scientific literacy within the curriculum. We must look at domestic and international financing, and we must look at global solidarity to end intercurrent levels of inequality. So I'll just like to really say that the future is bright. We can just go on to the last few slides. I had written an editorial way back in 2018, where we had said flu pandemic flu pandemic 100 years after we had the first big pandemic, the Spanish flu, in 1918. And 100 years after that, I had said that we are still very, very vulnerable, and I think we still need to really make efforts to really move forward, and we need to change and evolve as COVID evolves. So I'll just end by saying that the pandemic has significantly affected school education. Schooling and education are both affected, especially in the vulnerable population. As we come out of the COVID-19, we have challenges, but we have opportunities also. We need to engage communities, manage resources effectively, bring a safe environment for learning, and plan of recovery of losses in education. There is an opportunity to strengthen education, make it a fundamental right, bring in free technologies, reevaluate the curriculum, and bring value and respect to the profession. So I think this is the right moment for all of us to move forward in the post-COVID era in a way that education becomes fundamental and there is respect to teachers. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for presenting an overview on the crisis and the problems we've faced as part of school education, nutrition, socio-economic disparities, inequality, and its impact on various stakeholders like the elderly, the specially abled, the youth, the migrants. You've also guided us throughout, saying this century is a period of outbreaks and crisis, because of the increasing mobility across the world and how we need to prevent and safeguard ourselves. You brought in a new thinking, a new perspective on health of planets, animals, human beings, and many more stakeholders. We as a nation have done very well, and we witnessed you, sir, when you mentioned about the number of documented cases of COVID and the loss of lives. New viruses are coming in, and the most important point which you emphasize was that reason being immunity, which we as teacher educators have to take in within our classrooms and sensitize our young population. 616 million children affected by school closures. So hearing this number gives us a scare. And you've also emphasized on the high rates of anxiety and depression, where we are emphasizing throughout this training program to our teachers. Loss of schooling, not only that, you emphasize loss of learning, and you are making us responsible as to how we are going to lead the young population by infusing these concepts into our classrooms. Innovations in learning teaching pedagogies is a call for action, and I really appreciate, sir, we are going to emphasize that throughout our training program. You've also called for coordination at national, regional, and local levels, and you concluded with the perspectives in intervention with high-profile recommendations which would lead for us to think and act at individual and periphery levels. Sir, trust us, we've heard you addressing several stakeholders on television, but it was a true pleasure to have you amidst us, and I think you deserve appreciation and a round of applause for you.
Thank you very much. Friends, we are all teachers, professional counselors, but you may not imagine our Dr. Gloria from Medical Sciences. In our conference, 11 medical doctors, professors are attending with the help of Dr. S. Pologanathan from London. He has mobilized Dr. Rajan Kailanathan from Australia, Dr. Surendra Kumar from Dean Medical Sciences from University of Jaffna, Dr. Alanandam from Eastern University of Sri Lanka. Many others are on the way. They are all, this time difference, they are all taking rest and they are all joining with us in the inaugural session. I am saying how this medical is intertwined with the school psychology that you are going to experience with their presentations. For this, our Dr. Gloria's presentation is the lead presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Now, I invite Dr. K. Ramachandran, Outstanding Scientist and Director, DIPR, New Delhi, to speak on school psychology towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. On to you, sir.
Very good morning to all of you. Respected Vice Chancellor of Puducherry University and Professor Pancharamalingam, President of InSPA, and Sri Gullere sir, and Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, Karan Man, and distinguished members of the dais and my colleagues. Maybe I think I am here to show my ignorance than of telling you something more. Because the great saint says in Tamil, Kattradu kaimanalavu kalladadu ulagalavu, which means whatever you have learnt is only the fistful, the rest is of the entire universe. And at the same time, what I say is, again, everyone says, Mada, Pida, Guru, then God. The first learning occurs from the parents. The second one, Guru doesn't mean only teacher. It encompasses all people whomever you come across. Whomever you met, you learn something. Whenever you meet somebody, you learn something. So that's how they have given the highest pedestal to the teachers. So what I'm here today, I owe it to many of my teachers who are here and all the people who have taught me so many things. And the topic given is how the school psychology and how we are going to make it as Atmanirbhar Bharat. You all know that Dr. Kalam, he envisioned that 2020 we are going to be a major power for which I need children. First of all, you all know that when he took over as a president, his main invitees were children. So you can imagine the kind of an importance that he has attached to the children. They are the future and they are the people who are going to make this country as an Atmanirbhar Bharat. So that's the kind of impetus is given. So what is the role? When this century was born, somebody said that it's a century of mental health professionals. Reason is, you all know that the kind of a problem which has been narrated by our director just now about what are the epidemics which has caused within the initial 25 years of this century itself. So the kind of a stress which occurred in each and every profession is very well known. Today, in India, the education basically has been viewed as a gateway to an employment or a livelihood. Not that like now we are looking for knowledge as compared to the West. So obviously the new education policy is changing. Why we wanted to understand that? You all know that the total population, the youth population in the country is almost about 53% of the population in our country is of youth. Total out of 140 crore population, if you take it, out of which you can see that 53% of the age group is up to 30 years and below. This is the age group which we are having. We are the youngest country, one of the youngest country in the globe, which we can contribute better. But to maintain them is one of the major challenges that which we are facing. As you all know that today the kind of problem which we face in this society because of pandemic for the past 2 years, which has been enumerated very elaborately, I can tell you one thing, during the pandemic, the kind of a problem that the children are going to face, what we are talking about the school coming children. But I can tell you one thing, majority of you are psychologists, you can understand that a child, when a newborn child is confined to 10 by 10 feet house for almost 2 years, not even seen the outside world, not even seen the third person, whomever he had seen is with a mask. He can't even make those perceptual cues which gets in and then the processing takes place. They refused to really, when without mask, when they are taken to the grandparent, they were refused to go. Imagine the kind of a trauma the child has undergone. The population between 2020 to 22 till 21, whatever the child were born or were confined to that space, what kind of a social maturity the child is going to have. That effect is going to be seen by us in the coming years. The socialization process is totally cut off. As rightly pointed out, child learns. When you take him away, he keeps on looking at the various objects, try to get more perceptual cues, try to process it and keep it in his memory so that he is able to reproduce it whenever he meets somebody. He makes a smile. Whereas his own grandparent, the child is refused to go. You can understand the gravity of a situation. So what kind of a problem? And every day we are seeing the number of suicides which are coming in particularly the school going or a college going kids. I believe that college students are none other than school children. I believe them, they are also almost as of school children only. The number of suicide rates, you can imagine, almost worldwide, almost 8 lakh people committed suicide, particularly in a year. Particularly in India, the 2021 statistics says that it is 1,64,033 people. Almost it constitutes 12 per thousand. That's the kind of suicide rate which is occurring. Every day you take in the newspaper, you will see that school children, because of lot of pressure, which they are affected, and they are not able to talk to anybody, particularly the kind of a joint family system to the nuclear family. In the name of the better education, what happens is both the parents start working, we move to the cities and we left our grandparents at home. So earlier they used to take care of, they used to be a binding factor between the child and they are able to inculcate those values in the children. But today they are deprived of, either they are reared in the crutch or they are reared by some dadi who comes home and takes care of the child. The emotional bonding gets affected. Because of that, the child from the beginning of the growth career path itself get affected, and when he comes to the school, he develops various other problems. And another thing is technology. We believe that before COVID, we never allow our children to have a mobile in their hand. We tell them that your eyesight will go bad, all those things. But after that, we made them to go through that education. Technology, instead of an enabler, it became an addiction to many of the children. If you take the mobile out, the child starts showing all kind of a temper tantrums. So what kind of a society we are going to give it for the future generation to come? What happens is, particularly when we try to go through the suicide rate, particularly the National Crime Records Bureau had given, as per the Government of India data, which says that almost about 10.4%. It has shown the increasing trend in the suicide rates in the particularly the school children as well as adult. Why? There are a lot of peer pressure, a lot of expectation. What he has brought out, the parental expectation, you try to impose on what our Vice Chancellor has brought out. We start putting our expectation on our children without realizing their potential. Obviously, they land into trouble. Now what happens? Because government has taken initiative to introduce the school counselor in all the schools, almost all the Kendriya Vidyalayas, now they have got counselors. But without counselor, now they are not allowing any KV to open. That's the kind of, the initiative the government has taken. But what about other schools? In today's scenario, what is happening is almost there are 350 million students are in various stages of education in our country. In order to cater to their need, we require 15 lakh counselors. Are we having enough of it? We have 0.70 psychiatrists, I can tell about, or maybe about a lakh population or so. Even less than that, clinical psychologists. If that's going to be the case, how we are going to cater to a requirement? So the initial step could be probably we have to literally teach in almost all the teachers in various schools. You all undergo one part of the syllabus in psychology, try to understand how to deal with children, how to cope up with them. See, today your problem is not that. As I told you, the precursors are very many because of the less space for them to move around and play. You make them sit in 10 by 10 cubicle for morning to evening. You don't allow them to go out, where they will show their anger, emotions and all. They become obese, they keep on gluing into internet, they become addicted to that, and they keep on eating, they become obese. Their irritability, everything, when they come out, they start showing it outside in the school. Bullying, the concept which we may not have heard about it, it used to be in the foreign countries, now it has come to us. The obese, another important thing, because they don't have space to play. The urbanization, the environment doesn't have enough space for them to move around and play. The team building, which is not occurring. You won't believe, when we want to recruit the people for the Indian Armed Forces, during that time we start asking, okay, gentlemen, what kind of a game do you play? We thought that probably he is a team player, so he is playing in in a team in a place. He says that, sir, I play football beautifully. You ask him anything, he will talk about who is the topmost footballer in the world and what are the different teams which are excelling each other and what is the rules of the game, everything he says. But finally you ask him, when did you play? He says that every day I am playing. Whom? In the computer. Imagine, where is the physical development which is occurring? Now without physical development, you cannot. I'm telling you, in Tamil, there used to be a saying that like when you have a wall, then only you can make drawings on it. When you don't have the physics, you can't even expect a child to perform that task. So what happens is why the medical, and I think that why it is right to, both the things were told generally. Right to education, right to health care. These are the two things. First is health. If you have health, automatically, these are all playing like, no, it is vice versa. If you educate them, they will maintain a better health. And if they maintain a better health, they will get good education. So it works out in a cyclic manner. So what we want to do is, how do we achieve this? I'm so happy that yes, it started with a small group of the school psychologists. Today it has grown immensely. The credit goes to all of you and the President InSPA to take it up to this level. And today we have got almost about, I was told, almost 1,700 registration. That is something that even Indian Academy of Applied Psychology never seen it. So it shows the kind of an importance which has come for school psychologists in our country. So initial stage could be maybe the Directorate of Education, probably during, like how for the college professors, they have got a training in their off span, they go for a periodical update. Similarly, all the teachers should definitely undergo some kind of an orientation in psychology through the virtual mode or the physical mode. Everybody, it should be a part of their thing. This kind of a suggestion to go, because now for new national education policy, a lot of inputs were asked from all the stakeholders. You have to put this across so that you get that kind of an opportunity to make it that all the school teachers get orientation in psychology. This will be an intermediate plan. And the futuristic one is, yes, more and more number of psychologists should come so that it will become effective for us to carry forward. There are two counts which I wanted to emphasize. You all know that the suicide not only affects the child, the entire family, the entire society. Similarly, the depression is the most common phenomena in almost the entire developing nation, especially our nation. It's becoming more and more, and the anxiety is another one. Today, many of the children are not guided properly to what is the area in which they should study and take up their career. Everybody thinks that only a doctor profession or an engineering profession is the one which could solve the problem. It is absolutely no. They can excel in any program. That has to be done. You may be knowing DHRD 2 years back when the meeting was held, almost 175 the engineering colleges got closed because nobody wanted to take up engineering. They are shifting from that to now commerce. Why I am saying this thing is, a day will come, everybody understands the importance of school psychology. I am sure that if we are empowered, definitely we are able to come with bouncing back and try to make our own future children, particularly the youth of this country, as more empowered one. They can manage any kind of a thing by which we can make Atmanirbhar a reality, and which will be in the hands of all school psychologists. In general, I can tell you one thing, you are the people able to change the behavior of a child. When you go, I asked my daughter when she was going to, nursery, she misspelled one thing. She said that, no, this is wrong. No, my ma'am told me this is the right thing. You can imagine the kind of a respect they have got. All of us know that who is our teacher, we may be able to remember. That's the kind of a credit you all have. I'm sure that this fraternity will work towards that and try to think about the long-term consequences of this kind of a pandemic period effect on children, how it is going to affect the society. I'm sure that this conference will come out with a lot of suggestions. As I said, I have come here to talk about something what I know little bit. Now you know that how much ignorance I am here, standing here. I owe it to all of you. I am thankful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity to come here and share some of my thoughts. Thank you once again. Jai Hind.
Thank you, sir. I think in the invitation we had put in outstanding scientist. Sir, you were no less in your talk. You began with the teaching learning methodologies you were involved in as a child when you were yourself experiencing the period of schooling. You moved on to speak about the high density of the youth population of our country, the pandemic problems of school-going children. You emphasized on two very important perspectives which we teachers have to look through. One, social maturity, and the second one, socialization, which had a major hit during the pandemic times. You made a special mention on the increasing number of suicides among the school-going kids, which we really have to look into meticulously. 8 lakh people worldwide was your statistics show, and we have to initiate research in this area for necessary intervention. Increasing rates of suicide can also be a contributory factor of peer pressure. Without realizing one's own potential, one cannot proceed, whether it is childhood, youthhood, or adulthood. You laid on a very important point, that is the absence of counselors in the school setting, and you called for intervention through teachers, where we definitely get one aspect of school psychology sensitized on so that we can cope with the children in the absence of the counselors. Play, that was a very important point you emphasized on, sir, on the need for public spaces in the school settings, and that is where you concluded by saying education, play, behavior, mental health and well-being. That is where we will be able to build Atmanirbhar Bharat. Thank you very much, sir, for your words of wisdom. I'm sure the teachers will take this forward during the training program and in the coming endeavors. Now, I invite Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey, sir, from the Director, Academic Staff College, Amity University, Gurgaon, to deliver a special address on sea power empowering blue economy. On to you, sir.
Can you just put it to the full view, please? Or you need to switch off the light to get it going. Can you put it to the full view, please?
I told them, sir.
Slideshow.
Yeah,
Well, by the time they fix, very good afternoon to each one of you and a warm greetings to everyone present here. Being a former naval officer who switched over to the academia in 2018, probably I am the odd man out, and I bring some variety for all of you. At the same time, I am learning a lot today and maybe in coming days as well. Professor Gurmeet Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, who just left, and he told me that he had some pressing commitment and he would hear out my recording, and I thank him for that. Padmashri Professor Randeep Guleria ji, former director of AIMS, whose daily briefing during the COVID time we would never forget because they were very, very impactful. Also present here on the dais is Dr. Ramachandran, outstanding scientist and director DIPR. I have a good association with DRDO and it was nice hearing you. Also we have on stage is Professor Malhotra ji. Thank you for being here. Also all the academicians, the delegates which have come from 18 different countries, I am told, faculty members, a warm greetings to each one of you. A special thanks to Professor Kiran Devendra ji, who is not only a renowned academician, but also like a godmother to me. Greetings to Professor Ramalingam and his able team, which is around us, for stitching this program so beautifully. I would just say that at the outset I am very pleased that being an odd man out, you all, the organizers, considered me worthy enough for this prestigious annual award, and also my grateful thanks to everyone for bestowing this kind of a gesture upon me. Next. On the dais we have the luminaries from various fields who are glittering in their respective areas of specialization. But in front of me there is no less. I have ocean of eminent academicians, the delegates from different countries, faculty members, and a very knowledgeable crowd, which makes me think as to how and what I need to deliver, because it's something different than what you have been practicing on a daily basis. Although the theme for today is meeting the challenges in school towards Atmanirbhar Bharat, I shall be talking about Atmanirbhar Indian Navy for sustainable growth through the blue economy. And that's how I have chosen my topic as Sea Power Empowering Blue Economy. Next. Well, Tamil Nadu is a coastal state, and most of you who are staying here in a beautiful union territory of India, Puducherry, are well aware about the vagaries of the seas. But I thought before I start, I must just talk about the importance of the oceans. You know, it needs to be reiterated that about 2/3 of the world is covered by the oceans, wherein 70% of the humanity lives within 300 kilometers of the shores. 80% of the world industry activity is located in this region. Hence, the power is pivoted on the ocean littorals. These littorals, a region that is lying along the shores, are vulnerable at all times. Hence, matters maritime shall always play an overreaching role. Having understood the importance of the ocean, let me try to make you understand what is sea power. Through some quotes, as you can see on the slide, the sea power is a country's ability to use the sea for the national advantage. It's nothing to do only with the wartime scenarios. Sir Alfred Mahan had also stated in 19th century, whoever controls the Indian Ocean will dominate Asia. This ocean is the key to the seven seas. In the 21st century, the destiny of the world will be decided on its waters. Just imagine 2 centuries ago, he had predicted so accurately. And nearly a century ago, Admiral Gorshkov of Russian Navy had stated, sea power is the ability of the state to harness the wealth of the oceans, status of its merchant and fishing fleets, and their ability to meet the needs of the state, and also the presence of the Navy matching the interest of the state. Sir Alfred Mahan had published a book in 1890 titled The Influence of Sea Power Upon History. It is at that time then the United States started looking seaward. Till then, even they were land-centric. It also aroused some kind of an interest among others like Germany, France, Japan, and the likes to build their sea power and make it more credible. Actually, Japan was the major sea player who had defeated China in 1894 and then defeated Russia also. Such a small country, but defeated these big countries in 1905. Till the mid-20th century, Chinese were the victims and not the exponent of the sea power. Today, they are a major sea power. And that is because of Mao regime in 1950s gave a fillip to build a sea power and moved from the Green Water Navy to the Blue Water Navy. As far as evolution at sea power in India is concerned, the seafaring in India had begun some 4,500 years ago. The sea power is an effective means of acquiring colonies, dominating trade, and becoming self-prosperous. Even India was a very strong maritime-oriented country during the second millennium BC. However, the collateral advantage of sea power was unnoticed when the invading armies from the northwest front started invading us, and then we lost track of the sea power and started concentrating on the land-centric warfare. And thereafter, we had to pay the price, and that's how the foreign countries, they made their way through the sea, and we were under the colonial Raj for centuries. With the broad brush of this evolution of sea power, just to make you understand in few slides about the sea power and a macro level of a historical perspective, I didn't want to go too much into detail. I can only say that we can infer that a strong maritime nation acts as a deterrence to the other maritime nations. Economically weaker states are prone to fall prey to stronger maritime nations. Hence, higher levels of economic and financial resources become inevitable for maintaining a major maritime force level. Moving on to the importance of the Indian Ocean per se, as you can see on the slide, the India's dominance, physical feature and geographical location in itself signifies the importance of the Indian Ocean, as well as its dependence on sea for both prosperity as well as security. Suffice to state that 1/4 of the maritime trade and 1/5 of the oil needs are driven from Indian Ocean, as also 1/4 of the humanity and 1/3 of the world nation are located in the Indian Ocean region. Nearly 90% by volume and 80% of the world maritime oil trade passes through the Indian Ocean region. Why I am highlighting is that this much of economic activity is taking place here, and all this amounts to about 4% of India's GDP. As we move ahead, let's understand the challenges that we face at sea, both during wartime and peacetime. Peacetime activities such as drug trafficking, illegal fishing, piracy, robbery, maritime terrorism from sea, and natural disaster play an important role. But you would also agree that they play a very big impact on our blue economy. Just briefly to understand about the wartime scenario, the seas and oceans play a very important role. All the 3 world wars were set up at sea. Recently also, you can see the standoff between China and Taiwan. Everybody is aware about that, as also during the Russia-Ukraine war, the Black Sea made a significant role. So seas will continue to play a significant role, and that's why we need to be very, very vigilant about that. I shall now not dwell upon the wartime things because we are not here for that, but I shall be concentrating on the peacetime activities. Some of the maritime challenges of the Indian Ocean are shown on the slide, and these are right from piracy, robbery. Piracy were only heard in maybe 2 decades ago in the books or fiction books, but Somalians have brought it into a reality, and as on date, 5-6 different countries, their naval ships are always assigned at the Gulf of Aden for escorting the merchant ships safely. Indian Navy for last decade or so has deployed 1 ship permanently out there. Theft at sea, drug smuggling, gun running, human trafficking are very much prevalent in the Indian Ocean region. Also, the illegal, unreported and unregulated fishing in our exclusive economic zone, which extends up to 200 nautical miles. Just go back, please. Just go back. Next please. Yeah, just leave it at that. Even 26/11 attack is very fresh in our mind. All that came from sea only, and we were caught absolutely unguarded, and we were taken by surprise. So all those nefarious activities, just go back 1 slide, I'll just let you know. Just go back. Okay. So all these activities do play an important role in the blue economy. That is for one to understand. Next, just since I mentioned about the exclusive economic zone, I thought I'll just flash a slide just to apprise, though you are aware, just to revive your memory fresh, that up to about 200 nautical miles, that is about up to 370 kilometers from the shore area, every country has got its total rights for various activities as shown on the slide, whether it is fishing, whether it is natural resources, or the renewable energy, or seabed, and different things which I'll just talk about during the next slide. Next, as far as India is concerned, most of you may be surprised that, as far as we are concerned, we have got about 3.7 million square kilometer of a sea area, as against just about 3.2 million square kilometer of a land area. So we have more of sea area. The exclusive economic zone itself is about 2.2 million square kilometer. That means that much of a resource we can get from this place when the resources on land are dwindling down. All the activities that are being shown on the slide, these are available in this exclusive economic zone. Every country has got the right to get these things for their own benefit, for developing their blue economy. So 2.2 square kilometer of area helps in getting all this, whatever you are seeing on the slide as of now. Hence, we can safely say that the sea power is not only essential for the wartime scenario, but also during the less than wartime scenario, as also the peacetime scenario. And this obviously upscales our blue economy through the ocean-based livelihoods. Having drawn two inferences, let me touch upon the SDGs which have been promulgated by the UN and the World Bank statement. The word sustainability is a buzzword these days, and the UN Assembly has framed 17 sustainable goals which everybody is aware. I am just trying to say about goal number 14, which is life below sea. Even a UN environment is talking about it, and you will agree that the healthy oceans and seas are essential to our existence, and we must protect them by eliminating pollution and overfishing, and immediately start to responsibly manage and protect all marine life. According to the World Bank, the blue economy is the sustainable use of ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs while preserving the health of the ocean ecosystem. So this is a new era, and most of us are not aware about it, or not exploiting it, or not using it. So there is enough that we can do to go and venture out and get the benefits of the blue economy. In the next two slides, now I shall just summarize what I have said so far. India must have a very strong maritime power. As you know, the national strategy is the art and science of developing and using the political, economic, military, and psychological powers of the nation to secure its national assets. As you know, our Government of India has also launched Sagar program, security and growth for all in the region, and this is again a good step forward for addressing to the blue economy. Hence, the sea power of any country plays a very, very pivotal role for upscaling our blue economy. Accordingly, even the Indian Navy has stepped up and is aiming to quadruple India's blue economy by 2050. India's sea power is on a steady progress through long-term indigenous developed ships and submarines. Recently, you saw our Prime Minister inaugurating INS Vikrant on 2nd of September, which is about 76% indigenously built. So there is a lot of thrust on this side, and there is a need to enhance presence to underwrite regional stability and promote friendly ties with other littoral and non-littoral states in the Indian Ocean region. As the Prime Minister said that the Shakti and Shanti should go hand in glove, so we need to work towards both together. To conclude, realizing the true worth of the ocean resources, even the Niti Aayog has set up a high-level panel for better coordination and integration of Indian government's initiative in the field of India's blue economy. They have started talking about it. They are discussing with Ministry of Defense and Ministry of Home, Ministry of Agriculture, whosoever is involved with the sea around us. And a good footprint has been already made, and now we are moving towards that. Blue economy broadly refers to the ocean resources for economic growth, improved livelihood, and jobs as well. There is plenty of job in that sector. Hence, sea power of any country definitely plays a very important role. So we need to build and sustain a good sea power to ensure that all these resources we are able to handle and manage to upscale our blue economy. With this, thank you very much for your patient hearing. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for giving us an overview on the sea power and blue economy. on the importance of oceans. As teachers are gathered here, I think it's an immense resource which we got to hear from him, that 2/3 of the world is covered with oceans, and there is a prediction earlier which was made, and he put it on note, who controls the Indian Ocean will have more power on Asia. He also displayed the role of Japan, China, Russia, and how there was a shift of concentration from sea power to land power. He also spoke on sea power and his historical perspectives, on the importance of the Indian Ocean, its dependence on security and prosperity, and how the whole lot of world maritime trade plays a crucial role in the Indian Ocean. He spoke and made mention of the 3 world wars, the role of China, Taiwan, Russia-Ukraine war, on the maritime challenges. He mentioned 3.7 square kilometer of sea area than land area, and how there's a call for introspect on the need of resources and how we can have lots of opportunities on the improvement of livelihood, jobs, if at all the health of the oceans are taken care. He concluded on the role of strong maritime power intertwined with an interplay of psychological perspectives. Thank you very much, sir, for that very resourceful talk. And now we move ahead with having Professor Kiran Devendra, former Professor of Elementary Education, NCRT, New Delhi, to say a few words. On to you, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Most of you have been listening to me for a large number of years. This time you might find me getting a little nervous. It is daunting for me to speak in the presence of Professor Guleria, who is not only a medical doctor, but he has been able to cross the boundaries of medical education and is able to talk about psychology, environment, and how one health, one planet, and the need to keep education strong in schools and how we do it. In fact, he has made my work a little easy, because I would now like to squeeze myself and talk. What he has talked, I'll take from it. Meanwhile, I would also like to very much appreciate the variety and a new kind of an experience for us from Indian Navy, and what oceans can do, and how important it is to protect the oceans, and also what he has not been able to say, but let me share with you that all the sailors, every officer is a sailor, and he has been able to do his work very well. He's got Ati Vishisht Seva medal. You all know about Dr. Guleria's Padmashri. And he has been able to look after 2 ailing mothers, his own and his wife's. He still does it for his mother-in-law. His mother had passed away. And at Amity University, he was able to provide a lot of leadership to the educationists. Now, today happens to be the birthday of Gandhi ji, and I would like to share with you that those of us who have studied Gandhi, not only as a book or a TV program or a movie, but different interpretations of different scholars of Gandhi, we find that he was the one who started the new Talim, and he was the one who believed that education should and would empower every child, every citizen in the villages, and villages need to become self-sufficient, because after that education, they will be able to get some work. That was his idea. And you know, you've known about Tagore, how difficult for him it was to be in a school where he was subjected to corporal punishment. Very, very moving pages after pages in his biography, how he was treated badly at school. Ratan Tata has expressed his displeasure because he was also subjected to corporal punishment. Now, why am I talking about it? You've all known that I like to raise issues. It is very important that education progresses and there is a level of excellence in education. How do we bring about it? What is very important is that the curriculum needs to be relooked, revisited, and revised. And I really have not still today understood why is there so much of hesitation in the revisions of the curricula. Whenever there's a plan like this, there is always some kind of hesitance because those who developed the earlier one, they do not want the new things to enter. They say, no, we worked so hard, we are known for our work, we have so much of experience. But what one finds is that if we have to bring excellence, if we have to bring quality to education, then curriculum development cannot be a hurried process. When the school curricula was developed at NCERT, has always been responsible for it. NCERT has always been an advisory body to the MHRD. We used to take at least a year to develop the national curriculum framework, and hundreds of people used to be involved, and the consensus was somehow reached. And then equally important about the curriculum development is that the materials which are developed after the curriculum, they have to be very different from the previous. They also need to be revised. They also made to be understandable. They also need to be, for children in schools. Whenever the curricular revision takes place, the new textbooks comes. Along with that, a lot of supplementary material is also developed. And then the NCERT professors, assistant professors, everyone travels to the states and UTs to orient the teachers, the head teachers and the administration about the new curriculum and also the new textbooks and the supplementary support. Now, having said that, is only curriculum development important? We have made a very good curriculum. We have the best of textbooks. We have the best of people who are going to train. We have the best of support materials. Is it enough just to stop there? In order to bring quality to it, the transaction of curriculum is very important. Because all the areas that need, new areas that are coming, which need to be included in the curriculum, they cannot actually find so much of space. We cannot have everything under the sun in a particular curriculum. But when we transact the curriculum, it is there the role of the teacher to be so well prepared, to be so well read, to be thinking all the time as to what he or she has to do tomorrow and how will he or she ensure that every child understands? With the coming of technology, the teachers have started, the university teachers as well as the school teachers have become over-dependent on technology, and the eye contact between the teacher and the students is totally missing. So what we noticed at the Amity University was that everyone had a laptop. And when I used to finish the class and go down to my cabin, I used to notice something very, very shocking, and that was that I am on my laptop, cut pasting and what not. I have no idea how to do that. Your own articles in order to work for your promotions, and every other student is also on his smartphone or her smartphone, and they are all relaxed. So will it bring quality? Will it ensure excellence in education? Now, as Dr. Guleria has talked, if you've seen his video, he has talked about a curriculum that should be vibrant. And the old historian Ranke, who brought objectivity to history, he said everything needs to be objective first thing. Whether it is social sciences or humanities, science has to come in. Why? Because of logic. Because to ensure that there is no repetition. And also how to manage time. So unless and until we try to have a curriculum which brings in new things, but does not discard everything that is old, that has to happen. And when ministry was talking about the Sarva Shiksha Abhiyan, there were 8 parameters for quality. And one of the most important one was enabling classrooms. And how do we enable the classrooms? Not by having technology alone. The teacher who has to transact the curriculum, he or she must know how to use technology for the benefit of the students and not abuse technology so that nobody learns and the teacher and the students have no time to even understand how many have picked up what he or she taught and how many have not. So what one feels is that it is the duty of the educationists, of the parents, of the society, of the NGOs, of the government, the administrators to work together. You see, it's psychology, and school psychology is not different from any other curriculum. Psychology and school psychology curriculum also need to bring in other subjects. Multidisciplinarity, we have been talking about for the 2.5 decades now. But honestly speaking, none of us ever tries to do that. Why? Because I have all the time to say I'm a specialist. I can only speak about modern Indian history and history of international affairs. But you see, if we look at Shakespeare and his writings, if we read Richard Bach, the civil aviator, if we read Dr. Guleria's book, Till We Win, I don't know how many of us have seen it. It is full of examples of multidisciplinarity like his talk. It is written so simply that the non-medical persons can understand. Why have I talked about these books? these examples because if I am an expert of modern Indian history, if I am an expert of history of China, which I used to teach constitutional history and all, I also should know what was the literature of that time. Tale of Two Cities, and so many other books, they came up during that period. And not only that, when I have to teach the history of Africa, why can't I be talking about Nelson Mandela and the movie Madiba? Why can't I talk about Martin Luther King's The March? Why can't I? There are pictures on it. Use technology, show pictures, have an interaction. But what I would say, I may be and I am from an old school of thought that I have tried to learn technology only as much as I need. I also use it. But I also wish that I can read at least 2-3 books. The latest one is A Book of Joy of Dalai Lama, and the other one is Desmond Tutu. So, unless and until we are aware what writings are coming up, what literature is coming up, and you will find that you may not have that specialization, but you will learn to understand those if you try to. If the very famous book of the Nobel laureate, Richard P. Feynman, it is so easy to understand because it has been written in a very simple language. Most of us, as subject experts, we hesitate to cross the boundaries. We do not like to introduce the examples from other subjects like water. It can be used everywhere. For poetry also, for prose also, for science, for horticulture. So everywhere water is required. So what I'm trying to say is that we have to somehow assure that there is periodical and regular revision of the curricula, the textbooks, the supporting materials, and most of all, we all need to revisit our mindset and the way we teach. We keep on talking about pedagogy. What is pedagogy? It is just a term used by the educationists, but it is very simple, the way we teach in the class. And we need to all the time think, what I taught today, could I have added more? And how can I do a little better? And in order to give confidence to the students, kindly ensure that those students who do not perform well, because we are going to transact the curriculum, those students who do not perform well, don't label them. The moment I get a label, which I actually got as a third divisioner because I did not know maths, and I was ridiculed by my teacher, I was ridiculed by the peer and my relatives. But it was only my father who said, you don't worry, who says what? You can create a space for yourself. Otherwise, today's parents, whenever the teacher calls up, whenever there is a written message, the parents also first get scared, then scold the child, "Arey, you brought down our reputation." And The peer is always making fun. Where is the child going to go? While Dr. Goleria was talking about stigmatization, he's talked about that in his book, in his talks throughout COVID. This is the way we stigmatize, that this student is not good. And I'm sorry to say that in one of the best government schools of Chennai, the visit was most of the schools that one has visited from NCRT, it was a shocking experience because the teachers did not hesitate to tell us in the presence of the child and pointing towards the child, Madam, she's mental. That has stayed with me, and I had always decided, because I knew how bad it was to be treated badly by school, no matter how the curriculum is. The curriculum and the transaction of the curriculum has to be enabling for every child. And America has this, we have it in a different way, no child lags behind. Now, do we really mean it? We don't. How much of attention is being paid to the children who are not doing well? Teachers have got everything positive to say about children who are doing well. But they never feel and realize that the credit is not theirs. They feel, oh, 8 children have got 90% and 2 have got 100%. I've always been talking about the percentages, and you see where we are now today. How difficult a period. These students with 98% and 97%, they were out of Delhi colleges, and 99 and hundreds were in. And what a great shock it was. While the parents still like to talk about and take pride in it, that my child has got 100%. Now, what is that 100%? We have seen in the interviews in the boards that many of the first-class firsts are unable to speak or answer the question. At least I would have the honesty to say that I really do not know about it. Can you ask me another question? So what I'm trying to say is that the curriculum development, the transaction of the curriculum, and the teachers' honesty, integrity, and strength to accept the challenge of giving more time to those who need it without making a big deal out of it. If the teachers say that she is weak in the class, so Dr. Goleria, please help her. So he will help me, but I will be conscious. Everybody will be looking at me that I am so bad that somebody needs to help me out. So I have always felt that in the conferences, most of us in our papers, we try to talk about the theories. We try to talk, but where is the practical aspect? Why can't we add more to it or take away from it to make it more relevant? It is so important that each one of us as academicians leave our academic arrogance and become as humble as Dr. Goleria and learn how to be at peace with oneself and do the best job that one has been assigned with, and ensure that the children do not feel scared of your presence. You should, as a teacher, be accessible to the children. It is very, very unfortunate If at my age, a vice chancellor calls me and in presence of Rear Admiral Pandey, he says, Madam, ये क्या पढ़ा रही थी आप? कुछ भी नहीं, and 4 chaprasi, 4 PNs are also standing. Is this the way we treat the dignity of others? If a person like me can get disturbed at this age, you can think about children in schools. About the safety issues and all, Dr. Guleria has so well talked, he made my work easy. But as always, as Professor Akbaruddin, the former Vice Chancellor, would remember, my request to each one of you would be that kindly don't complete the curriculum and the syllabus by marking a tick in the box. Let it not be a formality. Let it be a meaningful transaction where every student of yours can show that he or she has the potential and you realize it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Professor Kiran Devendra has been always a pillar of strength and support of InSPA. No matter which part of the world, if there is a conference, she's there, always with us behind, supporting, not only supporting, but being very instrumental in identifying the resource persons. Today we have a conglomeration of professionals from the medical fraternity, from the teaching community, from the practice community. She is responsible in conceiving, the programs and bringing these resource persons here. Ma'am, we really admire the way you demonstrated the process of education and how a superstar like Ratan Tata was himself subjected to corporal punishment, and how, he always brought this within his work as well as in achievements, the importance of respecting, the human beings. Your perspective on the importance of curricula, the need for innovation in curricula, and the way you explain that there is a year invested in creating, conceptualizing the NCERT curriculum, which is an advisory to MHRT, deserves kudos to your team. Consensus on a curriculum which is so diverse is a multitasking. And I think with your team, you have really done it very well, which we see when we teach our own children at homes. The concept of supplementary material, the role of the teacher and how she and he takes the lead within the classroom as to ensure if every child who's seated in the classroom understands what is written in the text and what is being translated into practice in the classrooms is adorable, ma'am. The eye contact lost, which you have really observed as part of online education, has to be brought in back, and that is what is going to be also emphasized as part of the teachers training program today. How do we enable our classrooms? The duty of the educationists, the parents, the role of the government, the NGOs, the professionals, and how we have to work in tandem to attend to the student mental health and well-being besides the academics is mind-blowing. It has always been a pleasure to hear all your experiences at NCERT, and you've been very humble enough to explain and
this evening.
Good afternoon to each one of you present over here. Most respected Honorable Union Minister for education, skill development, and entrepreneurship is here. This is a great honor, not only for the school psychologist, but also for all the psychologists in the country. This is our fortune. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor made it possible on the auspicious occasion of the Gandhi Jayanti, bringing our Honorable Minister here to inaugurate this 3 days international conference on school psychology, meeting the challenges in school towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Now, the program commences with national anthem.
வாழ்வினில் செம்மையை செய்பவள் நீயே, மாண்புகள் நீயே, என் தமிழ் தாயே. வீழ்வாரை வீழாது காப்பவள் நீயே, வீரனின் வீரமும் வெற்றியும் நீயே. தாழ்ந்திடு நிலையினில் உனை விடுப்பேனோ, தமிழனின் நாளும் தலை குனிவேனோ. சூழ்ந்தின்பம் நல்கிடும் பைந்தமிழன்னாய், தோன்றுடல் நீ உயிர் நான் மறப்பேனோ. செந்தமிழே உயிரே நருந்தேனே, செயலினை மூச்சினை உனக்களித்தேனே. நைந்தாயனில் நைந்து போகும் என் வாழ்வு, நன்னிலை உனக்கெனில் எனக்கும் தானே. முந்திய நாளினில் அறிவும் இல்லாது மொய்த்தனன் மனிதராம் புது புனல் மீது, செந்தாமரை கால பூத்தது போலே செழித்த என் தமிழே ஒளியே வாழி. செழித்த என் தமிழே ஒளியே வாழி, செழித்த என் தமிழே ஒளியே வாழி.
University anthem.
புதுமை புதுமை புதுமையே போற்றுவோம், புதுவை பல்கலைக்கழகமே உமை வாழ்த்துவோம். வந்த கடலை தாராட்டும் ஞான சூரிய குடித்துவிடும், அறிவின் காலம் கண்ணின் சோலை அகில தோற்றும்
Now I request Dr. Ramesh Samantaraya, Registrar Pondicherry University, sir, to give the welcome address.
Most revered, respected Sri Dharmendra Ji, Honorable Minister of Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, and our Chief Guest today, Our Excellency Lieutenant Governor Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan Madam and Chief Rector of Pondicherry University, Honorable Member of Parliament, Speaker Sir, MLA Sir of Kalapet, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Director, and Professor Mukhopadhyay, former President InSPA, Professor Akaruddin Ahmad, former Vice Chancellor, Darul Insa University, and present President of InSPA, Professor Pancharamalingam, and HOD, Department of Applied Psychology, Professor Rangaya, distinguished dignitaries of the dais, invited speakers, session chairs, delegates, and participants of 12th Annual International Conference of InSPA, and respected deans, HODs, faculty members, officers, and students of Pondicherry University. Ladies and gentlemen, I am delighted to be entrusted with the pleasant duty of welcoming this august gathering on the occasion of the inaugural ceremony of 12th InSPA International Conference and also inauguration of Dr. Ambedkar Center for Excellence in Pondicherry University. To begin with, please join me in according a grand welcome to our dynamic and very energetic Honorable Minister of Education, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji. Yeah, a big round of applause. Thank you. We in Pondicherry University Administration have observed, after Sir has assumed the role of Minister in this university, the ministry has become very active, involved, and responsive. Almost every week, either the Secretary of Education or some senior executives of Ministry of Education has been having constant meetings with Vice Chancellors or Directors of IIMs and IITs, both to give guidance and direction to institutions of higher education, as well as taking feedback from us about our difficulties and deficiencies. So, this is a reflection of high level of involvement of Honorable Education Minister on finer details on issues related to higher education. We, Pondicherry University community, are very much thrilled to have the Honorable Minister in our campus. A big hearty welcome to you, sir. Our Chief Rector and Lieutenant Governor, Madam Dr. Tamilisai Soundararajan, has been always a great source of inspiration and guidance. Madam, we are very pleased to have you amidst us on this occasion. Welcome to you, madam. I also take this opportunity to welcome Honorable Speaker of Pondicherry Assembly, Sri Selvanji, and we are very delighted to have you here, sir. I also welcome our MLA Kalapet for his kind presence here. Then our overseas dignitary on the dais, Professor Ahmad, and Professor, former President of InSPA, Professor Mukhopadhyay. Welcome to you, sir. Next, we are very happy to welcome all the distinguished dignitaries of the dais, particularly our delegates who have come from overseas, and distinguished professors who are delivering keynote address, invited speakers, session chairs, paper presenters, and all the participants of 12th InSPA International Conference. Finally, I also take this opportunity to welcome our deans, faculty members, HODs, and senior officials from Pondicherry government and our dear students for facilitating a successful beginning of this inaugural function. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now we move ahead to honor our dignitaries. We welcome Professor Gurmeet Singh, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, to present a shawl to our Honorable Union Minister. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor K. Tarani Karasu, sir, to adorn a shawl to our Honorable Lieutenant Governor. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Samagra to adorn a shawl to our Honorable Speaker. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor M.S. Pandey, Dean, to adorn a shawl to our Honorable MLA. Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Professor Kenneth Lewis to adorn shawl to Honorable Director of Studies. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor B. Mukhopadhyay, former President InSPA, to honor Professor Panch Ramalingam, President InSPA. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. D. Rajendran, National Coordinator InSPA, to adorn shawl to Dr. Arumugam Parasuraman, former Director UNESCO Mauritius. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Dr. Rajendra Singh, who is part to adopt a shawl to Professor Atmanirbhar Ahmed Bharat. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor P. Mark, Professor and Head Department of English, to adopt a shawl to Professor Amaresh Samantaraya, Registrar. Now I invite Dr. S. Suresh, Treasurer, Registrar, to adopt a shawl to Professor Puducherry. Thank you, sir. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gurmeet. Now I request our Vice Chancellor, Dr. Gurmeet Singh sir, to invite Honorable Minister for Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, to light the Kuttu Vilakku. Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor Atmanirbhar from UBC HRPC, Pondicherry University, to present the scope of the 12th InSPA International Conference.
Good afternoon to international as well as national delegates of this particular occasion. We deeply honored by the presence of Honorable Union Cabinet Minister for Education, Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Sri Dharmendra Pradhan ji. You are all ever remembering him, whatever he does, very meticulously, with the overwhelming response. You all remember When he was a petroleum minister, in one stroke, he made it possible 8 million people to get gas connections. That's why people are praising him as Ujala man, a common people. They may not know who is he, but they are all remembering. Why? He thrown away the wood firing, made it possible. Even the daily cooking. No? That means entire nation remembering him with the same spirit. Now he is with us. So our Vice Chancellor thought of inviting him. Before he extending the invitation, our Honorable Minister said, I am coming on 2nd October. You can imagine the coordination, the coincidence. No? That's why our Vice Chancellor said, you people are having so many demands on psychology. No need to tell. He is at it. He knows the issues. He will definitely take it out. Don't make any demands. We thought there are 1,700 delegates to this conference. We don't have accommodation for the program. We are concurrently running 3 auditoriums. One is going on in the University Convention Center with 460 teachers are attending there. We are relying with the online. In the another auditorium, our PTU, Puducherry Technological University, there again 460 students are participating with the help of the Samagra Shiksha, Govt of Puducherry. For this particular conference, 30 nations are participating, 76 experts, resource persons, professionals are here. They are all not coming just to read the paper for 5 minutes, getting the certificate, using the government of their nation. They are all really field working. Steve Sayan is here. He is from London and a leading advocate, child activist. Dr. S. Pulonathan is here. He is also from London. He is coordinating entire world. 13 plus medical doctors are attending this conference. That is the reason we requested Director Ames to give the keynote address. In the same spirit, our DRDO, DIPR Director, Professor, outstanding scientist, Dr. K. Ramachandran is attending this conference, giving the input for the youngsters, how we can motivate, how we can develop the skills. That is the imbibing quality of these experts. From Nepal, 12 teachers and students are participating under the leadership of Dr. Kavita and Dr. Narendra. Malaysia, 9 delegates are participating under the leadership of Dr. Kudapati Arumugam. From Sri Lanka, Vice Chancellor Professor T. Mangaleswaran bringing 11 delegates from the National Institute of Education. In such a way, Germany, 7 delegates, Switzerland, 2, Norway, for this matter, US, Canada. I have to specifically mention for the Canada. When the Canada, they applied for the visa, the visa was delaying. Then they sent and given the invitation with the minister name and towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Within 3 hours, they released the visa by asking her to come and collect and go. Immediately rushed and she is participating here. Dr. Rajan Kailanathan from Australia. So they are all working for the children, not only the international experts. In India, Professor Magrajuddin from all the way from Kashmir, Central University of Kashmir, former Vice Chancellor, then Professor Nikat Basu. Likewise, I will name out everyone. All this was happening when the seed was laid by Professor B. Mukhopadhyay from the National Institute of Technical Teachers Training and Research, Chennai. The same spirit we launched for a training unit way back in 2009. Dr. Archana Thakur, the Joint Secretary, University Grants Commission, she came and lit the Kuttuvilakku, and now this is happening throughout the Union Territory of Puducherry. So far, 4,000 plus teachers trained by that institute. In such a way, I can spell out everyone. We have an anthem. Professor Gopalakrishna has done it. Professor M.U.R. Raju bringing all the applied psychologists for this particular conference. These are all happening simply because, not because of the Indian School Psychology Association or me or other than our esteemed Vice Chancellor. You may not know his dynamism. Yesterday night, 1:30 a.m., he was asking whether all the scheduled delegates are reached on the particular places or not. I said, sir, everyone is happy and same. But he did, each and every room sent his bouquet to receive. No? Entire university is working toward this mission. Yesterday he made it possible, working day, to conduct this conference. He was very particular that our Honorable Union Cabinet Minister is coming. He is very dedicated. We have to see to that this conference goes a milestone in this history of the school psychology. In that spirit, we are having our Honorable Lieutenant Governor. You are all remembering last year conference in Chennai, University of Madras. Ma'am was inaugurated with his excellent inaugural address. Still people are remembering how a medical doctor having concern on the school children. There also our esteemed Vice Chancellor preside over. In the same spirit, you are all witnessing Honorable Speaker of the Legislative Assembly, emblem Selvam alias R. Selvam. Normally people may think speaker in the sense within the four wall, but you never see him on the walls. He is with the people, always with the people. You may not know at what time he is waking up. If you see 5 o'clock, 6 o'clock, they used to say, sir, he is there attending some marriage, attending some function, attending, laying the stone. Such a vibrant personality given by the Honorable Minister for Education to Union Territory of Puducherry to work for the society and community. In the same way, our Honorable Member of Assembly is our closely associated this constituency. He is supporting this university and for the community. It is marvelous. Our Vice Chancellor every time used to tell, you can properly use our MLA. He is doing a lot of things to the people. You ask him to do for university also. In the same spirit, he is helping us. I can quote very few to two other international delegates. Dr. Parasuram Arumugam, former director, UNESCO, Mauritius, as well as he was the Minister for Education for more than 12 years in Mauritius. After serving all these things, now he is serving for the society, especially for the specially disabled children. That is our interest, to invite him, honor him at this occasion. In the same way, our Honorable former Vice Chancellor, Professor Akbaruddin Ahmed, is all-rounder. Whenever, wherever we are organizing the program, used to be with us, helping as well as motivating to go everything smoothly. In such a way, our esteemed Director of Studies, Professor K. Taranikarasu, and our Professor Amaresh Amantaraya, they are all right and left to our esteemed Vice Chancellor. Whatever our Vice Chancellor visualizes, they are executing in a proper way. That is the reason now this university is vibrant. Everywhere you can see how the university is functioning. That is the reason our Honorable Minister for Education extended one more year for his term. Can we not give standing ovation to our Honorable Minister for Education for this particular cause? Again, we are celebrating birthday of our esteemed Vice Chancellor today. Thank you very much. With this, I am thanking all my members of the local organizing committee and those who are closely associated with me. With this, I am thanking one and all for this particular occasion.
I request Professor Atmanirbhar Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, retired Darul Islam University, Bangladesh, for felicitation address.
Good afternoon, Excellencies, honorable guests, the Speaker, MLAs, Ministers, Lieutenant Governor, all the academicians and international and local participants to this great event. I would like to congratulate the Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, and his entire team, including the hard work that Professor Ramalingan has been putting into to make this mega event a great success. Congratulations. We have been meeting this particular group in different forums. Last, I think it was just before the pandemic in Colombo, where we met the Honorable Vice Chancellor and some team members from here. And that was again a great success. There were participants from different countries, including Malaysia and Nepal and Sri Lanka as well. But this particular pandemic has created a lot of problems all over the world, including in my country. We have researched and we have found that we are at least 2 years behind. The students have lost 2 years, and there are a lot of problems that we are facing now, that without schooling, without any sports activities, etc., including when the schools don't go to, when the children don't go to the schools, the parents, they do not get the allowance which they generally get. And so that has created a lot of financial burden also on the parents of these students who cannot attend schools. With this, I would like to congratulate the Honorable Vice Chancellor for his great support in all these events, and the entire team, including Mr. Panch Ramalingan, for organizing a fantastic event. Thank you very much, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I welcome Dr. Armugam Parasuraman, former Director, UNESCO Mauritius, to deliver his felicitation.
Respected Sri Dharmendra Pradhan, Honorable Minister of Education, respected Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisai Soundarajan, Vice Chancellor of the Puducherry University, Professor Ramalingam, all protocol observed. I would like to thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity to felicitate this very excellent initiative that the association has organized today on the context of the 12th International Conference. Let me first of all convey my respect to the Minister and also congratulate you for the leading role you are playing in the development of education in India. I am very happy also to say that I've been observing the development in India for many years now, especially when I was Minister of Education. And I must say that the Prime Minister, Mr. Narendra Modi, is leading India in a way which makes all of us proud to be Indians. And I'm confident that India will continue to move in the direction of progress, and also will get the message across that India is for service to humanity. The Vasudeva Kudumbakam message has gone very wide. I recall when we were faced with the challenges of COVID, and Excellency Lieutenant Governor gave me a book, the PM and Pandemic Management. And I think we all feel proud what Prime Minister Modi did. And for Mauritius, you know, India didn't produce vaccine only for India. It shared the vaccine with so many countries. And I myself did the Covaxin in Mauritius. I had my 2 doses in Mauritius, and that helped us tremendously in this situation. Let me also share with you my great emotion in being with you this afternoon on this special occasion. My great-grandfather, Parasuraman, and great-grandmother, Muruchi, left Tamil Nadu in 1884, landed in Mauritius, and had a lot of sacrifices and sufferings. But one thing they gave us, they brought with them all the cultures, all the values that they have from India, and instill it in us. And I was born in a thatch roof house. My mother was illiterate, but the guidance that I had in life has managed to take me from that position to where I've been in life. As Minister of Education, advisor to the World Bank, and Director of UNESCO for 12 years, and I feel deep sense of gratitude to India. And I'm pleased to announce to you that after my long service and retiring from UNESCO New Delhi, when I got back to Mauritius, I felt so much gratitude that from where I started to what I've achieved, I felt it was time for me, as from age 60, now to give back to society. I have therefore decided from age 60, as many years as God will give me, it will be dedicated to service to humanity. I have created a foundation, Global Rainbow Foundation, to serve persons with disability in Mauritius. I've done that for 11 years, and I'm pleased to inform you, Minister and Excellency, that I have also set up a similar foundation in India, Global Rainbow Foundation in India, and I'm going to dedicate as much as I can to serve persons with disability here, with your blessing and with the blessing of the government of India. With these words, I would like to conclude in the context of the international conference that I think it's worthwhile to recall the importance of one of the greatest universal scripture that India has. I'm referring to Tirukkural, which was written more than 2,000 years by the saint poet Tiruvalluvar. And I am also very proud when I hear Prime Minister Modi on several occasions, international conferences, recalling about the great value of Tirukkural. And when I heard him some time back saying, I urge the young people of India, across India, to read the Tirukkural and be inspired by the Tirukkural, and that, I think, will give them all the values that needed for India to continue to strive as a strong, as a powerful nation in the world. I wish the conference all the success that it deserves. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University, to give the presidential address.
Very respected and honorable Minister of Education, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, our very dynamic Governor, Madam Tamilsalai Sundararajan, Speaker of Assembly, Mr. Selvin, Mr. Akbaruddin, our old mentor of this association, Mr. Parsuram from Mauritius, Mr. Kalyan Sundaram, the local MLA from here, sheet anchor of this body, Mr. Panchram Lingam, our Pro Vice Chancellor, as we said, Director of Studies here, Professor Tharani Karesu, Registrar, Professor Amresh Samantraya, and Professor Rangaya, who is heading the psychology department here, applied psychology department here. And all delegates, some of my old friends I can see here, whom we have been meeting in various conferences at various places, and all delegates who have come from far-flung areas, all friends, all students, ladies and gentlemen. I am delighted to welcome our Education Minister. he visited Gandhigram, the other university which I was looking after, and during discussions, when we said this is the 150th year of Shri Aurobindo's birth anniversary and 100th year of Shri Bhartiya Subramaniam Bhartiya's remembrance year, and are getting 2 chairs, which is just about to come, though we didn't get letter at that time. Mr. Pradhan immediately said, I'm coming there, and we were so delighted that he readily agreed to bless our university at a very short notice. I do not know how many of you know about Mr. Pradhan, one of the most hard-working ministers we have ever seen. On a routine, he puts in about 16 to 18 hours of work every day. And one occasion I remember when he had just returned very late in the evening, and next morning at 9 o'clock he had called a meeting. We were wondering that after returning at 2 a.m. will he be conducting that meeting at 9 o'clock, but when we went there, he was there with all his homework done, and he was ready to carry on with this. Such a great minister we have. There is no reason why education will not flourish, and he's taken the reins at a time when our national education policy is taking a shape, and you'll find the way this is being guided, we are in for a very good time for our education sector to grow in the right direction. National education policy has a lot more. 3 things I've been always highlighting. That is that teaching in one's local language, mother tongue. It was hitherto neglected, but this is being given enough emphasis. Then educate to empower, and then learn to lead. These are the important aspects which are being highlighted, and this, when we develop a lot of skill-based courses, our education will grow, our sector will grow in the right direction. Now, when I joined here, some of the office bearers of this Indian Psychology Association came here, and they said this is one association and we want to organize a conference. And when we talked about it, I immediately agreed, because psychology education in our country, it is there at the post-graduation level. At undergraduation level, yes, to some extent, but at school level, it is totally neglected. Whereas when we discussed, it is one area which is very important for school education at the same time. Nowhere at any stage we tell our school kids that what is good for you, which is the best subject you should adopt. Whatever one is doing, we force, whatever parents are doing, we force them to continue in that. Nobody explores what is their hidden potential, what is their hidden talent. From that point of view, psychology becomes a very important subject for school level also. And this was unfortunately not being paid due attention to. And this association took upon itself to start working in that direction. They did enough research. In all the conferences, we had very useful papers which were presented. And in every conference, something positive was emerging out. And then we thought school education psychology is going to play a very important role. And soon enough, we shall be joining hands with NCRT to take up this as a big project, so that every school we will be able to have programs which will explore the hidden potential of students, that what is best for them, which is the best subject they should take, and what is their best talent which can be explored further. It's not a must that one has to go in for doing master's degree or for higher level degrees. Depending upon the talent, one would be able to be guided that what is the best course to be adopted. So this is what we thought, and this conference, which has grown over the year, now has about 2,000 delegates attending this. And when we requested Minister, he was kind enough to agree to inaugurate this. I'm sure with this inauguration and with his blessings, this Indian Psychology Association will grow in stature, will contribute very richly to the growth of the subject, and eventually we will be able to contribute to the we'll be able to explore the right talent to guide our students at what course to take, which direction to adopt, and what way to give their best for the benefit of society. So I'm sure that this conference, after 2 days of deliberation, will prove to be a grand success, and we'll be able to take it in the right direction. I am grateful to the Minister and to every delegate who's been here for sharing our thoughts. I am particularly very happy that whenever we request our Governor, she has been so dynamic, so helpful. Whenever we request, she says, I'll be there, don't worry. Whatever she's in, she finds time to inaugurate our programs, help us out in whatever we are trying to do. And we are really grateful to Madam for her presence here. Speaker has been here with us on a number of occasions earlier as well. So we are grateful to all those who have been here. I'm sure, as I said, the conference is going to be a grand success. I would urge all the delegates who are here, even if you do not find time to interact during the talks, I would urge that after the lectures are over, or the presentations are over, through emails and other coordinates, please get in touch with one another so that the real benefits of this conference shall reach every nook and corner of our country, and it will help grow, it will help the subject to grow in the right direction. Thank you so very much, sir, and we are very grateful to everybody here.
Thank you, sir. Now I will invite Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Puducherry, Dr. Tamilisi Soundararajan, to give her address.
Special good evening to each and everyone. Respected Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, respected Vice Chancellor, Shri Gurpreet Singh Ji, respected Speaker through Emblem Selvam, respected Member of Legislative Assembly Emblem Selvam, Kalyana Sundaram, and Professor Amanesh Samantaraya, Registrar of Pondicherry University, and Professor Akabuddin Ahmed, Vice Chancellor, Darul University, Bangladesh, Dr. Armugam Parasuraman, Professor Mukhopadhyaya, and Professor Panch Ramalingam, and Professor Rangaya, and all the dignitaries who are available here, distinguished participants of the conference, teachers, dear students of Pondicherry University, deans, HODs, members of press and media. First of all, I congratulate the Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, for organizing such a wonderful conference and inviting our Honorable Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji. As it is said, whatever may be the portfolio given to Shri Dharmendra Pradhan Ji, he makes a mark. During his tenure as the Petroleum Minister, he took forward the mission of Ujjala, which was the mission of our Honorable Prime Minister. I remember when that scheme was introduced, Honorable Prime Minister said, when a mother cooks with the woods, firewood, she inhales the smoke, which is equal to smoking of 300 cigarettes. So this scheme will prevent our mothers to be safe, protect them from asthma, protect them from lung cancer. So he, as a minister, took forward the mission very successfully. So I congratulate him for that. Again, as a Minister of Education Minister, he made a mark in the introduction of NEP, and as our Honorable Prime Minister said, it is moving the children from the classrooms to the global extent. And I thank our Vice Chancellor, Professor Gurmeet Singh, because during the pandemic, peak of its intensity, he gave space for COVID Care Center. So I thank this university. Because of that, we could save some patients, and for that, the local MLA Kalyana Sundaram also made some efforts, and I thank the speaker for also for that support. This is the 12th International Conference on Meeting the Challenges in Schools towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. Honorable Minister is going to give his address. As a doctor, as a mother, I always feel that the psychology of the children should be taken care. I used to say handling the children should be like handling a glass tumbler. It should not be very loose, or it should not be too tight also. If it is loose, the glass tumbler will fall and break. If it is tight also, our handling itself will break the glass tumbler. So the child should be handled like that. So that is the psychology we should understand about the children. And we are all forcing the children. When I was talking to a child psychologist, he told me a story. Actually, a pet dog was taken to a veterinary doctor, and the doctor gave a syrup for some ailment for the dog. The pet, the family was respecting the pet, so affectionate to the pet. So they wanted to give the syrup immediately. So one was pulling the lower jaw and other was pulling the upper jaw. The dog was refusing to take the medicine. But during that time, suddenly the bottle fell down and broke, and some of the syrup fell into the ground. The dog just came and licked it and went away. That is the psychology of the children. We are forcing them to do something because naturally they can take anything. So you have to have them understand the psychology of the children. So I am very happy because, as it is said in the introductory speeches, it is not to treat the depression among the children, to find out the potentiality in the children. As Vivekananda says, each and every one is born with some potentiality. You may be a good painter, you may be a good teacher, you may be a good writer, you may be a good singer, whatever it may be. But it should be explored. As academic researchers, we have to research ourselves. Children, so what is their potentiality? With what potential they have born? So with all these, we have to take care of the children. And I am very happy. And as it is said, Atmanirbhar Bharat. I always laud our Honorable Prime Minister, because during the pandemic period, the whole country, the whole world was crippled. But the WHO and other organizations and even the general people, they opined that India is a country with too much of crowded country with high population. The most affected country will be India. But during that period, because of the motivation of our Honorable Prime Minister, the whole country was geared up. So within 11 months of the onset of the pandemic, we could produce the vaccine, and our vaccine, that Atmanirbhar Bharat, the self-reliant vaccine, 215 crores we have crossed the doses, and we have provided the vaccine to more than 150 countries, which we were not dreamt of during our younger days as medical students. So we have to be very proud. I am very proud, as it is said by Arumugamji, very proud that I have taken my indigenous vaccine and PPE also. When the pandemic was started, we imported the PPE kits. During the peak of the pandemic, Telangana faced very drastic problem during that period. 30 to 40 doctors were admitted because of the poor quality of the PPEs. During the pandemic, the initial days, zero manufacturing units we had. But now we are having 11,000 manufacturing units of PPEs. That is Atmanirbhar Bharat, and that's self-reliant India. We are exporting and the quality of PPEs, and we are the second largest country producing PPEs, which is within just 1 year period, 2 years period. In the initial days, 0 to 2 lakh PPEs per day we are manufacturing. So that's a simple example how even during the crippled days, even during the most challenging days, with our conviction and courage and commitment, Bharat can move forward because of our self-reliance and Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisioned by our Honorable Prime Minister. So I really thank you for inviting me here, and I wish you all the success. And as I said, we have to take care of the children, because let the children enjoy the schooling. We are forcing them to study. Let them enjoy the studying, and I always say, please treat the girl children. It's not that discriminating, but treat the girl children with much more care, because during the adolescent period, psychological also, physiological also, they are facing more problem than the male children. These are students, so male students. So these all things, small things we have to have in mind, so that all our younger population can emerge as exemplary, talented heads, as our Honorable Prime Minister says, as NEP says, let we move the children from classrooms to the global scenario. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Madam. Now I invite our teacher, our Honorable Minister for Education and Skill Development and Entrepreneurship, Sri Dharmendra Pradhanji, to release the book on school psychology in the Indian context, authored by Professor Panch Ramalingam and translated into 15 Indian languages. Honorable Lieutenant Governor received the first copy in English. Honorable Speaker receives the first copy Tamil. Professor Mahendra, former Vice Chancellor, Central University of Trustee, Srinagar, receives the first copy Hindi. Ms. Hitomi Kuawa, Nayoga Sangha University, Japan, receives the Sanskrit copy. Dr. K. Ramachandran. We shall follow with the release of the Book of Abstracts 2022. Our Honorable Vice Chancellor receives the first copy. 2022. I request the awardees to come to the podium on the left side to receive the awards. The first award, Professor Gurmeet Singh Excellence Award 2022, is given to Shri Sudhir Nanavati, President GLS University, Ahmedabad, Gujarat, and this award has been instituted by Professor Panch Ramlingam, President InSPA. The second award, Shri and Srimati Next award is Shri and Srimati P.A. Sharma Excellence Award 2022. This is instituted by Professor Kiran Devendra in memory of her father and mother, and it goes to Rear Admiral K.K. Pandey. The next award, Professor Devendra K. Chowdhury InSPA Excellence Award 2022, is given to our beloved Professor Gurmeet Singh, Vice Chancellor, Pondicherry University. The next award, InSPA APSC Excellence Award 2022, is given to Dr. K.M. Cherian, founder the Study Link Ecole International Pondicherry. The award has been instituted in collaboration with the Asia Pacific School Psychology Trust. Next award, Inspire Educational Excellence Award 2022, goes to Lady Wellington Institute of Advanced Study in Education, Chennai. And this award has been instituted in collaboration with Gujarat Law Society, Ahmedabad. The next award is ISPA and INSPA International Leadership Award for School Psychology Services 2022 goes to Dr. S. Guloganathan, Principal in Harvard NHS London, United Kingdom. School Psychology Services Award 2022 goes to Professor Vishwanath Yadav, Professor of Psychology, Central University of Haryana, Jantpali, Haryana. And this award is instituted with the honor of the Indian Institute of School Psychology, Research and Training. Award 2022 goes to Professor Pratibha J. Mishra, Guru Ghasidas Vishwavidyalaya, Bilaspur. Next award goes to Dr. Pratibha Ranjan, IIMT, Greater Noida, Delhi, and Dr. Shahid Khan, Head Research and Training, Darti Learning Center, Puducherry. Next, Professor Manju Thakur Leadership Award 2022 goes to Dr. Soumi Banerjee, Indian Institute of Social Welfare and Business Management, Kolkata, and this award has been instituted by Professor G.P. Thakur, former President INSPA. The next award is Professor Erika Voigt, Young Scientist Award in School Psychology 2022. And Mrs. D.P. Research Scholar, Central University of Karnataka, Kalaburagi, receives the award. This award has been instituted by Professor Erika Voigt, School Psychologist, Germany. Next award is Dr. D. Rajendran Best School Counselor Award 2022 goes to Dr. Yuta Ghosh, Counselor, Ahmedabad, Gujarat. The award has been instituted by Dr. D. Rajendran, former Joint Director of Education, Chennai. The next memento, Professor Gurmeet Singh, patron of the conference, Dr. Sudhir Nanavati, Gujarat Law Society, University Ahmedabad, Shri A. Ilanjarian, President, IMGC, London, Shri Mawaiso Kangaraja from Germany. Next, I request Dr. Archana Thakur to receive the memento. Archana Thakur ma'am from UTC. Next, I request Dr. Arika Pasuraman sir from Mauritius to receive the memento. I request second arrangement to please receive the memento.
My dear friends, don't be stingy on clapping. Please clap loudly, it's a good exercise.
Thank you, sir. Now I request the Chief Guest to declare opening Ambedkar Center for Excellence in the presence of Sri Mangalam Selva, Honorable Speaker, Honorable S. Samagra MP, Rajya Sabha, Honorable G. Vandinder MP, Lok Sabha, Sri C.N.N. Kalyana Sundaram MLA, Professor B. Mukhopadhyay, former President, InSPA. Thank you, sir. Now I request our chief guest, Shri Dharmendra Pradhan ji, to deliver the inaugural address.
Good afternoon, friends. Honorable Lieutenant Governor of Pondicherry and Governor of Telangana, Dr. Tamilisai Sundari Rajanji, Honorable Speaker of Pondicherry Assembly, Sri E.R. Selvam-ji, the local MLA, my dear friend, Sri Kalyan Sundaram-ji, Vice Chancellor of Pondicherry University, host of this 12th InSPA, Professor Gurmeet Singh ji, former President of Indian School of Psychology Association, Professor B. Mukhopadhyay ji, former Vice Chancellor, Darul Insan University, Dhaka, Professor Akbaruddin Ahmad ji, former Director of UNESCO, former Education Minister of Mauritius, Dr. Arungam Parshuraman ji, President of Indian School of Psychology Association, InSPA, Professor Pancha Ramalingam ji, Registrar of the University, Professor Amaresh Samantray ji, Professor Rangya ji, Dr. Guleria, Director of AIMS, New Delhi, distinguished delegates from different countries, faculty members, students, and friends from the media. Today is a very auspicious day for all Indians. 2nd October has its special meaning for all Indians. Today we pay our homage to Father of the Nation, Mahatma Gandhi ji. Today is the 153rd birthday of Pujya Bapuji. It's a coincidence. 1.5 months ago, the 15th August 2022, we celebrate the 150th birthday of Yogi Raj Sri Aurobindo ji. And now we all are in the middle of the Navaratri. Today is the Saptami. It's a nice coincidence. Today is the birthday of our beloved Vice Chancellor, Sri Gurmeet Singh ji. And today we all are here to discuss and deliberate in one of the very contextual, important and relevant topic, psychology. Psychology doesn't limit it up to, I'm happy Panchalingam ji has invited all of us to attend this international conference in InSPA, but today it is more relevant in the post-COVID-19 period. We all are concerned and we are all are in a place, very important place. In the Puducherry is synonymous with our great Indian philosopher, the great monk, Sri Aurobindo, who was a severe critic of the educational system of his time, that means the British period,
when India was still under the British rule. Sri Aurobindo proposed that education is nothing but bringing out nurturing the latent potentials, integrate oneself with self, harmonious living of individual with society, country and humanity to make oneself a complete being or an integral human being. He was great advocate of integral education model, and for me, integral education model means knowing the psychology. Knowing the psychology of a newborn baby, he is a student. The teacher who is teaching the student in the early days, he has to understand the psychology of the small student. The parents, the school administrator, in a way, the greater society. If education is the essence of a civilized society, understanding the psychology is the basic essence of education. This is the fundamentals of Sri Aurobindo's integral education. Friends, it's a coincidence. I am fortunate with all this background. We all are here to implement the National Education Policy 2020 since last 2 years. This year is the 3rd year. What Yogi Aurobindo envisioned in the Indian education system, in the British period, he used education as the instrument of the transformation, for the freedom, for the Swarajya. And we all are here today implementing his vision in the National Education Policy. We are implementing the Nai Talim methodology of Pujya Bapu, Mahatma Gandhi ji in our National Education Policy. We are following the principle and guidance of Swami Vivekananda ji, was very much given emphasis on education as a transformative catalyst for socio-economic change. From ECC to higher education, the basic recommendation of NEP is we must embrace moral and ethical values like seva, ahimsa, satya, swachhata, nishkam karma and shanti. Friends, these are the essence of society, essence of education. And when I'm talking all such things, the fundamental is to know the thing. You will be educated, you will be learned, you will be empowered, you will be enlightened if you know what you are doing. Sometimes education creates confusion. The present model of education creates confusion. Our learned LG, Dr. Sondhya Rajan, being a doctor, she was explaining her experience about psychology. Friends, in today's time, some parents are expecting more from their children. Sometime in a lighter vein, I mentioned to my friends, you are expecting a number of 100%, number of 99%, at least 98%. Putting both the parents' number, they are not 98%. But they are expecting their pupil, their children should get face 98%, 100%. This is psychology. We have to understand this issue. Dr. Guleria is here. He gave us light, I can say, in the pandemic day. Not only he treat me. He also treat entire country. The country was expecting when Dr. Guleria will come in the TV. What guideline he will give today? Whether you wear mask, whether you will not wear mask. whether you will take Fabiflu or paracetamol or any other medicine. He was playing, he was addressing, he was taking care of the psychology of the nation. Friends, this is the reality. To know the education, you have to. What is education? There is we all are, unless until we go to the basic core. How do we? Because learning, education, knowledge is a lifelong practice. It's not a matter of school. It's not a matter of higher education period. In the era of this disruptive technology era, in the industrial revolution 4.0 era, we have to skill, upskill, reskill of entire population. It's related to psychology. I cite one funny example. When few years ago, technology came in the form of telephone, form of mobile telephone. Then the internet came. Then the social media came. In those days, our parents, I was also a parent in that category, we all are scolding our children, what are you doing? Funny thing, you are engaged in the entire day with telephone, with internet, with smartphone. Who knows what are you watching? We all are saying this is not our job. But today, we all are intoxicated to that kind of technology. Every day, within few seconds, again we are taking our phone, whether my photo is there or not, we are looking after it. The program I have attended few hours ago, it is there or not? What kind of information is coming? What kind of news is coming from the different part of world? In this era of disruption, we all have to go through the new knowledge system. We all have to go through the new technology system. This is a psychological change. So friend, basic essence of education is to understand the psychology. Just imagine a young kid, very young kid. He is picking up, first he was picking up the specs. Some years ago he was picking up the telephone. Now, if you take the kid in your lap, he or she will take your mobile phone first. From there you have to analyze the psychology. We have a very formal education structure. We are prescribing in the class 1, he will study, he will learn these 4 topics. In class 6, he will learn this language. In the class 10, he will appear in this kind of papers. In the higher education, we are offering engineering courses. We are offering engineering courses on electronics. We are offering courses on mechanical, vertical. But we are not offering course on mobile telephone. But learning electronics, computer science, physics, and mechanical engineering, he will produce mobile telephone. Now time is changing. We have to cope up with the time. Our NEP is envisioning all such things. We are addressing the basic essence of psychology. Therefore, for the first time in our country, we have started the formal education system in the age 3. The Bal Batika 1, 2, 3, age 3, 4, 5, and class 1 will start from age 6. From that period, the teacher has to understand what is the aptitude of the student, whether he or she is towards good speaking, good singing, he or she is good in hands-on skills, That shows the aptitude. When a teacher will recognize that aptitude, if he or she is well equipped in the psychological understanding of the young children, if she or he is well equipped to understand the psychology of a teenager. Friends, education and psychology both are very much correlated. Unless as a teacher, as a parent, as an elder brother, as a peer, as a colleague, we understand the psychology of whom? Of ourselves, of our friends, of our family, of our students. I'm happy a university, a group of professors from university are thinking about school psychology. You all need to analyze the psychology of students. I will suggest this forum should be known as Indian Student Psychology Association. And student means from the age group of 3 till his or her life. Because every day we are learning something, that means you all are students. If a society will that much of temper, that much of aptitude, then only will grow. Friends, you have said towards Atmanirbhar Bharat. What does it mean? What does it mean? So many countries produce vaccine. So many countries produce vaccine. I know experts like Dr. Guleria were struggling with some of the companies. They did not get permission in India because they did not commit themselves in the clause of indemnity. It's a psychological issue. They have their own arrogancy. We will not supply to any country with any condition. That means there will be no liability. But in India, we produce 2 vaccines. I'm happy our colleague from Mauritius expressed his emotion, how he is given Indian vaccine, co-vaccine, and our LG madam mentioned more than 150 countries are benefited by Indian origin, India developed vaccines. Why this country have taken, all these countries have taken Indian vaccine? Because we understand the psychology of the globe. Therefore we said, we count, we think the entire humanity is our family. Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam is our philosophy. I can cite a number of examples. Why Mahatma Gandhi came to Tamil Nadu, and here in Tamil Nadu he leave his conventional attire and changed to 2 pieces of cloths. One below the waist and one in the shoulder. Whatever the weather condition may be. Because he understands, if I have to lead the society, I have to guide the society, I have to live like a poorest of the poor man with a 2 pieces of cloth. Friends, in a life, if you want to do anything, we have to understand the psychology. So today, we all are here in this 12th InSPA, in an international conference. I hope the entire global community is concerned today on this issue, especially after pandemic. Because last 2 years, the society was at standstill, was at stagnation. So we all became introvert. We all introspect ourselves. What do we need? And India has the answer. Therefore, when Prime Minister appealed to the UN to celebrate yoga as an international event, so entire global community, the entire global forum, UN accept yoga as an international event. Yoga is no more an Indian way of exercise. It's a preventive health care system. It impacts the entire ecosystem of a body. Friends, India has a lot of things to take responsibility, and NEP is a philosophical document for all of us. And I always say this NEP is not only meant for Indian society. Out of 7 billion population of the globe, we are around 1.3 billion. That means we are the driving seat. We have to create a model. We have to, that for NEP is the philosophical document to create global citizens for the 21st century. To implement this NEP, which NEP is going to benefit the entire humanity of the globe, we must understand the psychology. These 2 days conference will certainly give us some relevant information, relevant policy document to implement the NEP in a very effective manner. I expect a recommendation paper, not only an abstract paper. After this deliberation, I'll expect Gurumit Singh ji and Panchalingam ji will come to me. We'll organize a meeting with all important stakeholders of education system. What is the recommendation with Pondicherry 12th InSPA? With this expectation, again, I wish all the best of this international conference. Thank you, friends.
Very respected Education Minister, sir,
and the Speaker of the Assembly and all other dignitaries on the dais. I am glad that this visit of our Education Minister is here on a very important day, which the Minister has highlighted. It could not have been on any other day which would have been better than the one which is today. That is the birthday of Father of the Nation, Mahatma Gandhi, and he has highlighted the role Gandhian philosophy has played for nurturing our nation. Gandhiji, if you remember, in his philosophy, said that if you have to progress and if you have to do very well, you have to look after the smallest entity of your country, and that smallest entity of a country is a village. If a village is looked after very well, the entire country gradually would be looked after in the right direction and the country shall progress. You also highlighted the importance that Sri Aurobindo's philosophy has played in nurturing the education system of our country. In fact, there is a lot of similarity between what Gandhiji said and what Sri Aurobindo said in his philosophy. Our minister has brought out that very aptly, and at Pondicherry University, many of you would know that we are very actively collaborating with Sri Aurobindo Society as well as Auroville in designing many skill-based courses for the benefit of students, particularly of those who are belonging to sociology, psychology, and philosophy department. History and economics have also roped in. They have joined us, and they are designing courses which will be of a very great importance for nurturing this philosophy further. Minister has also highlighted the importance of this conference from school students' point of view, and he's very rightly said that the name can be changed to Indian Student Psychology Association, wherein all students of all ages can be brought in. And he has said that the importance of psychology cannot be undermined. It is right time when we tell our students that what is their hidden talent which should be brought out in the right direction. This particular part so far was a neglected entity. We never brought out the real talent of a student. whether he is going to be a good cricketer or a musician or a dancer. We were only highlighting that one has to go in for higher degrees. This is what he said, that our national education policy will bring out and it will nurture the talent in the right direction. This particular conference will certainly look at the psychological point of view of the school-going students in particular, because that is the formative year of a student's life. If one is given a right direction, probably one would be doing wonders in one's career. And that's what Minister has very rightly highlighted. And he said that at the end of this conference, a paper can be brought out which will give clear recommendations that what exactly should be done. And he was generous enough to invite some of us that we go and give that paper so that it can be integrated into our education system in a very proper manner. So we are grateful, sir, for your ideas. They have been very thought-provoking, and I'm sure so many experts from different countries who are here will keep this in mind and deliberate so that a right kind of a recommendatory paper can be brought out for including this in our education system. So we look forward to the deliberations and all the great minds who are here from different countries when they deliberate and bring out this paper, which, as Minister said, would be given to the Education Ministry for taking it further in the right direction for the benefit of our education system, particularly in the light of national education policy, which is being now on the anvil. Thank you very much, sir, and we are grateful to everybody for their presence, sir.
Thank you, sir. Now I invite Professor B. Ramaya, Professor and Head Department of Applied Psychology, Pondicherry University, to deliver the opening.
Namaskar, friends. We have reached the last phase of this inaugural function, and expression of gratitude is therapeutic, as we all know, psychologists. So most dignitaries on the dais and dignitaries of the dais, delegates, special invitees, friends, colleagues, heads of the department, deans of the schools, and students, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very happy to be here to propose vote of thanks on behalf of all organizing institutions to all those who have contributed to the success of this inaugural function as well as to the conference. So first of all, I thank our Honorable Union Cabinet Minister, Shri Dharmendra Pradhanji, for giving us a lot of ideas, in fact, and also quoting some of the day-to-day examples, like how people are nowadays habituated to look into phone. The moment you feel fatigued, or the moment you don't have anything in your head, the first thing what we do is, without being aware, unconsciously we take our phone and see. That tells a lot about psychology, this simple act. I think our Honorable Minister has given a lot of insights into how psychology can be taken forward. And also when he suggested, I really like that idea that Indian Students Psychology Association. It's a broader term. I think we will definitely take forward the suggestion of Honorable Minister. And I thank you, sir, for these wonderful ideas that you have put forward. Then I thank our Honorable Lieutenant Governor, Dr. Tamilsai Soundararajan, for giving a simple example, in fact, to understand the sensitivity of a mind of a child, how fragile it is. So the way you handle should be such. In fact, not only child, when you look at almost all the students, the mind of the students are very, very sensitive. And we have to treat them in that manner. So we are very thankful to you, madam, for giving such an ideas. So thank you, ma'am. and our Honorable Vice Chancellor. In fact, I must tell you, he has reduced our burden when organizing this conference, because he's led us from the front. For even small details, he has taken care. So we are really indebted to you, sir. And friends, let me tell you, Professor Gurmeet Singh deserves a big round of applause for his involvement in our conference. Then we are also thankful to our Speaker of Legislative Assembly of Pondicherry, and also our local MLA, Shri Kalyana Sundaramji. Thank you very much, sir, for blessing with your gracious presence in the conference. And we also thank the professors who felicitated our conference, Dr. Akbaruddin Ahmad and Dr. Armugam Parasuraman, for felicitating this conference. Thank you very much. Thank you. And I would like to also extend our heartfelt thanks to our administrators, Professor Dharani Karsu and Professor Samantraya. In fact, I remember at one point of time, we wanted one signature from Dr. Dharani Karsu, and it had to be done very quickly. We went to him and he was not there in the office. We went to the Vice Chancellor's chamber, and I think there was some confidential meeting was going on. So we sent the file. I think within no time he signed it and sent it back. So thank you, sir, Registrar sir, and the Director sir. Thank you very much for your cooperation for this wonderful conference. And I extend our thanks to all the special invitees, people who have come from all over the world, and also I thank all the delegates, and we also thank all our administrative staff who have supported us, and our thanks to all the sponsors who have given us financial support also. And our thanks are also due to our research scholars, students, and all our friends. And finally, those who have directly and indirectly supported us, we thank all of them. So once again, I extend our grateful thanks to each and everyone who are here. So thank you very much. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I now request our honorable dignitaries and the delegates to rise for the national anthem.